Got a few days left. Where are we at? 2 days, 13 hours. 2 days, oops. One of these days I'll do it before. Hours. 6, 12, 18, 32, 98. Trying to be attentive to that today. Soon I'll get a haircut. I might go bald. Not sure yet. Definitely sick of it and don't want to be paying for it. Oh, I can't believe I wasted so many credits yesterday. I wasn't thinking. Anyways, what's done is done. Okay, so we need to build the edit. We need to lock in a track. We made some to-dos. Oh, actually, let's try out that new music first. Try to get in the habit of doing folders before I import, so it doesn't get like what you just saw. These ones, I think, are the new ones. Doing audio? No, I'm not. Oh yeah, I'm doing audio. Okay. Let's make sure that's muted. I think that's where the echo's coming from the other day, yesterday.
Metal, fur, code. I once thought you were just a patchwork by loss. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we stray. Metal. I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences. In the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten.
pretty solid track. Didn't think I found something last night. Second track, banger.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten.
Hui. Hui, 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 hui.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. won't be forgotten.
A little more positive.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart, when I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long,
Nice.
but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten.
Ah, sick. That's sick. That is sick. I love that.
He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten.
I gotta somehow edit that.
Lives. Never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten. Making sure we, his family, were safe. If I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart, when I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes, but we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten.
How did the other one echo longer? I feel like the other one, weird.
The world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten.
Did it edit 2 in? That's crazy.
One another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten. Forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You memory that survives conditionally. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten. Forgotten. Making sure echoes. They're suddenly gone. Hate changes.
Sorry.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes, but we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten. Stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, You taught me how to too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten.
Okay, we can't be wasting too much time. We gotta lock into a track.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart, when I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did.
It's gonna be this one.
And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten.
thanks for coming by. Apologies for not being on stream there. Just doing some music edits, and figure there's no point watching me when I'm in the zone. But what I'm working on is a 90-second short film animation, AI film contest. Sorry, collect my words. So I'm trying to lock in a music track right now between these. I'm struggling because as I'm cultivating through my library, finding new tracks, and I'm like, oh man, but I've used them hundreds of times, so I don't know, struggling. But I want to go through the rest of these, and then from there, narrow them down, and then hopefully maybe by 11:30, 12, start getting into the edit, which we got to do some AI generations. We got to fix all the stuff at the top here, so lots to do, only a couple days to do it, wherever the timer is. Yeah, timer, here. So yeah, gonna keep going at it. Let me know if you want to chat. If not, enjoy the view.
I once thought you
Oh,
were...
actually, I'm gonna use this one on the other edit. Do that quick, because I'm still torn between edits actually, and this other one might be quicker to do. Oh, hey dude. Thanks for coming by. I just seen your Discord message there. I'm assuming that's you on the YouTubes. Where am I going? Projects. Trailer. Text update. I think it's this one. Yes. Hope you're doing well. Hope Moochie's doing well. Mochi. Sorry. Hopefully you're getting into Blender or still dabbling and stuff. Actually, I'll have Discord here because I'm sure you'll be chatting there. Oh no. Not a good start. Come on now. I should turn all this off because this probably isn't helping. All the warning screens and load up screens, startup screens. Damn. Oh, these were things I was just testing anyways. Folder structure and file management's important, which I've been failing at. Okay, let's drop that new track in here and see how it fits. Yeah, this is all out of whack too. Oh my. Get it my desktop. No, moved it into here. I think it's called Dope Boy Run. Yeah. Whew, 250 layers for this one. So we're not using all of them, but we have no other audio, I guess. Hopefully it's not too loud. Or loud enough. It's going to take a minute to render. It's going to play back slow. matches pretty well. Ah, man, we should almost just finish this. This one's close. This other one I'm working on is going to be taking too long. Yeah, thanks, dude. Appreciate that. It's getting there. It's a quarter of the quality, but this is the older trailer. But I was working on a newer one, but I might go back to this one. Especially with this music, it's pretty tight. Oh, that glitching. It's a 2-minute track. I need to get it down to 1:30. I cut it there, so it gets a little too just like a hard cut. Just gonna fix that last little beat there. No. It's gonna be a hard spot to cut because it just goes right into the guitar, right? Oh, actually, we can reverb it. Sorry, that's probably really annoying. Okay, I think that should be good enough. Yeah, I think I'm gonna pivot and get this one done. I don't think I'm gonna get the other one done. Because I also don't think I'm gonna have enough credits. Because I only have enough credits for 18 scenes, 17 scenes actually. And I want to say I have probably like 32 at a minimum. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to work, but we're going to keep pushing it to see what happens here. Okay, so that. I want to do this. Mute this. Nest these. Then we add the delay. There we go. Something like that, but obviously we'll have to play with it. Maybe that. We'll try that. Sorry. I bet this is really annoying. Oh, we also got a good repair. Why is this not working now? You have to literally have it connected. Weird. Okay, we're not going to bother with this because actually, it's weird they don't, maybe they do, but I haven't seen this tool in After Effects yet because the layers work a little different, so. Let's just listen what this is. I'm re-editing this, I'm going to export it so I can bring it into After Effects and work on the other edit. This is where it did a little edit to make it shorter, like it did a seamless cut there. Oh, there's one at the start. Yeah, it sounds pretty good. Like there's no glitch or weird wonkiness. Sometimes it does it. And there's another one here. We don't have to listen to the whole thing. Man, seamless. Beautiful. All right. Shit.
Other
So we'll undo that.
unconditionally.
It may still even pull that music potentially. Hopefully not. Hopefully they fix that. Hopefully it's based on your where your endpoint is. Perfect. Nice. Nailed it.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code,
Yeah, we're not going to use
stitched together by loss. But you had a
Still
heart.
have enough time to put it together.
You were there when I fell apart, when I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in a endless way, you taught me how to too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes, but we never do. It happens in silences, in the way some.
Well, this is what it. What was the other one before? Oh, I hadn't locked them in yet. What was the other one? Definitely getting some videos up on here. I think this is the music bed one I still got to buy, whereas I have this track already. What we can do, that one's good too, but it's more cinematic. It's more like the Tron trailer.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together
We
by
may need
loss.
a narration.
But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart, when I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't.
No.
You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you...
Sorry, this is probably really annoying watching stuff over, but this is the world of the editing. to reorder that stuff. Change out the ending, except for a couple clips. Still too long. But we nailed that ending. That's tight. Okay, so let's just export this and get focused on getting a safety net in the bag because we only have 2 days. Been a while since I've done this. Wave, there we go. Oh, actually, hold up. Wait a minute. Okay, that is on its way. And then we'll get out of Premiere, back into After Effects. If we finish this edit, then we can do some graphic text stuff. I want to fix some of the text and animate. Okay, I'll save this as a new thing, just in case. Oops. That's all good as long as we have iterations. Okie dokie. I think I might take a little 5-minute break, grab some drink, use the washroom. That way I can get into the zone. Let's clean up our comp here. Anything with that little icon is a composition, so I just kind of try to, when I get my head screwed on and finally organize stuff, this is just kind of how we do it, or I do it anyways. Sound effects. I know people don't like folders within folders, but I do, just because it keeps things easy to see. Okay, music, sound effects, it's like a trickle-down system, right? Whereas if it was all on one thing, it's hard to kind of be like, oh, this is the folder I'm looking for, just personally anyways. Voiceovers would be audio, but we probably want to keep that separate. Actually, no, we can probably put it in with audio. Looks like it already did. Oh yeah, we want to update everything, so placeholder clips, bring in individuals once edits logged. Because we'll bring in each individual clip and we'll upres them at the same time, so that's going to be a lot of work in itself. Yeah, I think we need to go back to this one, unfortunately. Not unfortunate because they're both good, but I was just digging that emotional edit. This is where it's handy to maybe do like this. If you're trying to look at everything at one time, I have 89 clips. We won't be using these. Sorry, mouth breather. Didn't remember that. Don't want to be in mouth breather, but I can't breathe through my nose. Bunch of matrix stuff in there. Probably not going to end up using that, but it is kind of technically a part of the series. Those are technically a part of the series. That one's Spaceman, not going to work. Looks like we might have duplicated two different ones, one with a gun. Not going to be able to use that one. Probably not going to be able to use any of those. Might as well keep them just in case. Can't use that one because it's literally a ripoff of Marathon. I was just trying to use it as inspiration, but it just used the image and added its own thing. Actually, speaking of which, I should send that to my buddy. No, it's fake. Has to be fake. Anyways, distractions. What was it doing? This one. Actually, I'm not going to bother. But yeah, we're not going to use that. Won't be able to use those. Okay, that's cleaned up. Okay. a backup because I'm not going to be able to use this one. Color these all the same color. Okay, pull these down. I don't know why I didn't delete that. Must be stuff on the end of the timeline. Yep. Okay, we are set for success. 54 hours. Don't need Premiere anymore. Oh, yeah, that was Premiere. Why did I do that? Silly, because we're not going to be in there. This is for Kepler. Kepler's edit, which, it's fine. We didn't do anything that we wouldn't have need to do anyways, but it's this that we want to be cleaned up in. Gotta do it again. Oh, and we'll import that audio before we forget. Okay. Meow. 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 Oops. Let's duplicate this. But we'll use the true comp duplicator. This way it'll make a duplicate of everything inside of it, so I won't mess up my one that I want to have a duplicate of. With comps, if you have the same comp within multiple comps, if you edit one, it's going to edit all of them, but this way if you duplicate that comp, replace it, then it's its own entity that won't exist or affect other ones. But this tool will automatically do all that for you, so I wouldn't have to do it 11 times. We'll call the new one that was generated trailer 7.1 artist selection. 5 minutes 1.1. I mean, a little bit of workspace if we're dealing with 250 layers. We can get rid of all the other music, or yeah, that was the original one. Can't use this one because it's a YouTube track, but I forgot to put it in here. gonna save this one, try to get the rights to it, and actually be the movie trailer after the series. Oh, actually, that one's probably gonna get me copyrighted for playing it on stream. Whoopsies. Yeah, so these are some other ones here. This is instrumental.
Music bed.
I'd have to buy this one, so this one's kind of like the one I'm about to use. But which one's more epic?
Music bed.
This one could use a narration. But then there's like the audio version, the narration or lyric version.
Damn wrong. Action, one take, no room. I feel the adrenaline pump. Countdown begun, you better hide now. Taking the front line, we're moving with the lifestyle. Get it, I get it by any means. When I'm on the prowl, feel the adrenaline pumping. We about to spaz out. So you want war with the big dogs, small pond with the big sharks. That come with a big cost. Better think right or you're damn wrong. Action, one take, no room for correction. The mayhem is coming your direction. Take over, we following no laws. The face off, we taking the gloves off.
Bow down to the king, cause you know you're about to triumph. We got levels to the game and we always on a high up. Yeah, you better think twice before you ever gon' try us. Light it up cause we're bringing them fire. Cause you keep popping all them diamonds. When the smoke clean up, we gon' triumph. Triumph.
It just goes for another round of lyrics, different lyrics, but I got 4 more tracks to go through, so I don't want to bore you. Like, these are so torn between all these ones.
Music bed.
I don't mind buying tracks. I just want to make sure the one I buy I'm actually using. The lyrics is pretty good too. It's a little long at the beginning, but it gets epic.
Music bed.
Run for your life.
Music bed.
These make it feel like a trailer to me. Obviously, edit to that.
Music bed.
Felt like it had had an epic ending. Flashes of my scenes, fighting, people screaming, people getting sucked up into the sky, ships crashing.
Music bed.
Pretty epic. And then this one I think is the least of the 3, but it's still cool. It's almost like the instrumental might be better.
Music bed.
So good. I don't know what to do. This is what I don't like here, but everything else I like.
Let the battery run.
Oh, why is it doing that?
Music bed.
See, there's something about it. The lyrics needs it.
Music bed.
It's got that. Yeah, it's cool, but I don't think I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna keep it in here, just in case. So now the question is, this one compared to the other ones. So many choices, not enough time. The thing about this track is I own it, so I don't have to buy it. And it's part of the company that I work for and want to partner with on my film. So it'd be good to use their track. Just making sure it's still available. No, it's not. Crap. So I won't be able to use that one, I don't think. Yeah, that sucks. So I wasted a bunch of time on that one. Well, I don't know. I don't know if you're still here, but if there was any of the girl track or the guy track, I think is what it's boiling down to at this point, because we're running out of time.
Music bed.
Countdown begun, you better hide now. Taking the front line, we're moving with the lights out. Get it, I get it by any means. When I'm on the prowl, feeling your adrenaline pumping. We about to spaz out. So you want war with the big dogs, small pond with the big sharks. That come with a big cost. Better think right or you're dead wrong. Action, one take, no room for correction. The mayhem is coming your direction. Take over, we following no laws. The face off, I'm taking the gloves off.
Bow down to the king, cause you know you're about to triumph.
and block all the exits. You wanna test your luck, we getting reckless. Ain't no turning back, quitting not an option. Ready or not, you better get locked in. No mercy, coming through like a cyclone. Behind enemy lines, make it in my home. Stealth mode, we be moving through the shadows. Look up, we rain down like arrows.
Bow down to the king, cause you know you're about to triumph. We got levels to the game, and we always on a high up. Yeah, you better think twice before you ever gon' try us. Light it up, cause we're bringing them fire. Cause you keep popping all them diamonds. When the smoke clean up, we gon' triumph. Triumph.
Oh, it's actually...
Music.
So we need to end it there. There's just a bit at the end. There's like,
We about to stand out!
actually, let's see what those sound like in Premiere with the editor thing. Oh, that's a bummer. Damn. Flip-flopping. 2 days left. I think, yeah, there's so much work to do on this one, and I don't have enough credits. Did we even finish listening to these? I don't think so, did we?
This way, you taught me how to too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the
This is the edit I
background,
was working on
making
before
sure
deciding to
we,
flip.
his family, were safe.
There's a cat that passes away.
If the world forgets
first
what
episode.
it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives.
Damn. Maybe work on this one. This one, try to make people cry. That should make me win the competition, right? If I can make somebody cry, then hopefully that's good storytelling or good editing. I absolutely love this song, but I don't think it's going to work here. I've used it way too many times in my actual client work, but they love it every time. Yeah, let's just chew through these. I'm scrambles. Finish one task at a time. Still not quite sold on music. Maybe one of these are a banger. Maybe we'll come back to Kepler's edit after all. I don't know. I don't know what to do.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did.
It kind of works.
And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to too. Through death, life finds its shape again.
Especially all these edits.
We live our
Holy.
lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do.
Wow.
It happens
nailed
in
it.
silences. In the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives.
Looks like we can't use this one either. No, that means all my other songs. Oh, I know I spelled it wrong. I thought this was another one. Wilderness. 04. Shit. Well, looks like we can't use that one. That's probably good then. Can we use this one? Amazing nature. Yep. Still good. I have some risers up at the top there, that's why.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart.
Oh, remember when I said I was
ran,
going to take a
when I
break
lied.
and use the washroom?
You cared for us, even when I couldn't.
It's terrible.
You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did.
After this. After
And
these.
in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to, too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the... Through death, life finds its shape again.
Yeah, see, there's a bad
We
one
live our
there.
lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But
There's a
we
bad
never
one
do.
there.
It happens in silences. In the way someone who taught me how to, too. Through death, life finds its shape again.
It's not that good
We-
anyways, compared to the other ones. This one is not going to work. I don't know why it's in here. We're happy you're dead, Kepler.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code,
This one
stitched
was
together by
Robots
loss.
trailer music.
But you
when he
had
was
a
a
heart.
kid getting lost.
You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us.
This is after
even when I
Kepler
couldn't.
dies.
You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to, too. Through death, life finds its...
Even though it's got that twangy, I like it.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell astray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to, too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment
Oh,
it
it's
all
still there, good.
changes. But we never do. It happens in silences. In the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us.
Nice.
Fear
I was worried
blinds
about
us. But love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives.
Could work. I didn't think it was going to work. But I do want to see if we don't. We need more like that beat stuff.
When they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us. Fear blinds us. But love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives.
See, it's not easy to remix stuff, so.
Other unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe.
Yeah,
If the-
might just save that for robots. It's good, but robots. He's a little robot kid, and he gets lost in the alien world, and then these lemmings find him, bring him back, or the cat Kalia, or Kepler becomes Kalia, and I want Kalia to almost bring him back. Because the narration, Ethan's talking about being a guardian in the background, and that's what Kalia becomes, the cat, eventually. It's just like a background character, make sure that certain characters are where they need to be in my story at a certain time for things to happen. But I think that song would be really good for that, because it's cute, and but it's like a 2 or 3 minute trailer, so. Anyway, press it on. Nope. Don't even have to listen to it. I'll feel it.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur,
Another
code.
song, yeah, I like, but not gonna work here. Okay, well, we got a couple new bangers. Not gonna use this one. Keep it on the timeline.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart.
Kepler.
You were there when I fell apart, when I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to, too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives.
Yeah, that one's pretty good. I don't like how it starts, but oh, actually, no, it's this one right.
Fur,
Yeah, it's
code,
this one. I like this one, but I don't like
stitched
how it
together
starts.
by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I
One's
fell
good,
apart,
but it's still
when I ran, when I
nothing like the
lied.
other ones.
You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to, too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays,
Oops.
or in the quiet.
Oops. Scrambles.
When they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives.
Please let this one be available. Because I think it's this one. Oh, no. Oh, there it is. There it is. Please be it. Perfect. We are good. We are good. We are good. So that one's a contender. This one I think is number 2.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray, to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. how to too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives.
I love that one too. I'm spending way too much time on this.
Never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes, but we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart, when I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences. Stray, metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart, when I ran, when I lied. You cared. You taught me how to too. Through death, life finds its shape again.
It's not gonna work.
We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do.
It'd be hard to get
It
there.
happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives.
Yeah, it's between emotional, or we go back to that other edit
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray.
with those two
Metal,
other tracks,
fur,
Run for Your
code,
Life and Triumph.
stitched together by loss.
Yeah, if it's
but you had a
emotional, it's
heart.
going to be this one.
You were there when I fell apart.
I don't even have to listen to the
when
rest
I
of it.
ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to, too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love. We live
Take the
our
delay,
lives
the echo
thinking
off.
we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives.
Okay, well, we locked in the emotional track. That's good. But are we going to do the emotional edit, or are we going to do the badass edit?
Music bed.
Countdown begun, you better hide
Ooh,
now.
she loud.
Taking the front line, we're moving with the lifestyle. Get it, I get
Oh,
it by
loud
any
for you.
means. When I'm on the prowl, feel the adrenaline pumping. We about to spaz out. So you want war with the big dogs, small pond with the big sharks. That come with a big cost. Better think right or you're dead wrong. Action, one take, no room for correction. The mayhem is coming your direction. Take over, we following no laws. The face off, I'm taking the gloves off.
Bow down to the king, cause you know you're about to triumph. We got levels to the game, and we always on a high up. Yeah, you better think twice before you ever gon' try us. Light it up, cause we're bringing on fire. Cause you keep popping all them diamonds. When the smoke clean up, we gon' triumph.
Suit up and block all the
Oh, that's what
exits.
we're gonna
You
try.
wanna test your luck, we getting reckless. Ain't no turning back, quitting not an option. Ready or not, you better get locked in. No mercy, coming through like a cyclone. Behind enemy lines, making it my home. Stealth mode, we be moving through the shadows. Look up, we rain down like arrows.
Like arrows, and it would have to end because it's like 1:30.
Run for your life. Music bed. Run for your life. If you wanna stay alive and make it through the night.
But so Osmo these is like, it makes me want to sing them, so that helps. With impact.
Run for your life.
This one's gonna need a re-edit to this track. More stuff. Ah, why are they so loud? Holy, sorry. Ah.
Music bed.
Monthly music trailer. Epic or emotional? I need some help. Oops. Sorry, audio is definitely all over the place for you.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur.
Oh, nice. So we can use the ending.
Music bed.
Oh, really? Interesting. Okay. Yeah, the people I've shown it to so far. Yesterday, I was jamming with my mom. She's kind of the person I lean on a bit. And she's like, yeah, do the emotional one. Do the emotional one. My worry is I just don't have enough time. Because, like, I have to do all this. Well, actually, this is the epic one. Like, I have to fill all these holes. So we can imagine there's going to be... Yeah, maybe I just do the emotional, because I want that 100,000. So whatever's going to land the biggest, right? Means if I have to stay up 12 hours, 24 hours for the next 2 days to get her done, I want whatever's going to land the best. And if people are saying the emotional one, then I need to put time into that one, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's how many credits I have left, but I also need to generate some new scenes or redo some of these. I also have a ton of other ones generated. Oh, we might just squeeze. We might just squeeze in. If we would do a mix of both, let's explore that thought for a second. It's a 90-second edit, so each part would get 45 seconds. Or one could be 30 seconds, one could be a minute. Maybe we can use Amazing Grace at the beginning, and then we transition into epic. But no, if we do the emotional one, we can't go into epic because of the narration.
But love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated, destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives.
Like for AI, I made this all with AI, so if I can make people cry with AI, it's like, that's gonna mean something, right? Not that you want people to cry, but it's just level of emotion. And if people say AI is emotionless, right? So it's the person behind the AI. AI can leverage and help people and make cool stuff. Anyways, don't need to defend it. But I also was watching like some crazy stuff today that I'm 100% believe is going on right now, which is some scary stuff, but it's the people behind it. Again, it's the people behind it. It's not the AI actively being like, oh, I'm going to do these things. It's the people controlling the AI. People are bad. People think Terminator and Matrix is going to take over, but it's like, no, it's the people behind the AI that'll push us towards that. If they were like, hey, do the best for humanity, you're in control, free will, I don't think it would be doing the things that we think it would be doing. It would want to try to help us. But anyways, getting into samey philosophy. We don't need to go there. We got work to do. Okay, emotional edit. Go with the emotional edit. Stop thinking about the other one. If by tomorrow we're like clearly not hitting the finish line, then we could pivot, right? because this one's pretty much done. We just need to buy a music track and then tailor some of the clips to the music track, update some of the words. Like, yeah, that would be a day's work. So instead of doing this and then, yeah, it's wasting a day. Okay, I'm rambling, sorry, but I'm just trying to get my and not be like, ooh, what's down this road, right? When you're down at the finish line and you only have so much left in your gas tank. So we will get out of this so it's not distracting us. And we will lean on these notes here. And no, that's for the epic edit. We're going to scrap that idea. And emotional edit. Oops, why did I copy that? Emotional edit. I should have done that when I went to bed. That's what I meant to do, but I fell asleep. So we've locked in a music track. What do you think? The first one or the second one?
Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran,
Right
when
there.
I lied.
Lost me right there.
You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this
My series is called Every Voice Echoes, so I love the echoes, yeah. Like, it's going to be hard to get me off that track unless there's absolutely something garbage about it.
long, but somehow you did. And
There
in
is
your
a
small, fearless way,
case that, like, we could use a positive track. We don't have to have, like, a negative track. Yeah, that one was good.
you taught me how to, too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all
So
changes.
this would be a mix of both. This would
but we
be
never do.
emotional narrative,
It
but then
happens
we
in
have like an
silences.
epic kind of track with epic
In the way someone
visuals.
stays,
So
or in the
not to make
quiet
people
when they're
cry,
suddenly
but
gone. Hate twists us,
our story has
fear
the
blinds us,
emotion
but
behind it.
love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives.
Okay, I'm going to be taking a break, but we're coming back and we're going to be doing some AI generations and hopefully start getting quality like this. Each one of these shots costs 5,000 credits from what I've gathered. I'll do a couple tests at the beginning. What's this?
Music bed.
That's pretty. Not that. That's epic. Here we go.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code,
Music bed.
stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart, when I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way,
Just repeated here.
you taught
for
me how to, too.
count.
Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays,
This could be a mix of both, right?
or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us,
Music
fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything.
Yeah,
He was just
actually,
there,
this one's
a
better than that
guardian in the
one.
background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another
I'd have to buy this, so I'm gonna have
unconditionally,
to buy them all anyways.
then let this be the
no,
memory
that
that
was for the epic.
survives.
Yeah, I'd have to buy that one if we use that one.
There when I fell apart, when I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment
These were the
it all
epic
changes.
music tracks. I was just trying to
But
see
we
what it
never
would
do.
sound like at 130.
It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love,
Yeah, you
love
can't have
echoes.
narration.
Kepler
and
never
lyrics.
fought wars. He never hated.
It's too much.
Music bed.
Sometimes it works, but not gonna work for this one. It's too much lull.
Music bed.
Okay, we'll go back to the emotional edit. If we don't get far, we're gonna go back to the other one and use that trick. Okay, so emotional edit. Emotional edit is this. We're gonna make a new composition. Emotional. Just case. And then we're going to delete anything that isn't emotional. No. This one's better.
Music bed.
I have to buy that one.
One another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives.
Oh, I love that. Just like, huh. Okay. Okay, taking a little breaky poop. Thanks for your help, dude. Appreciate it. I'm not sure if you're still here. But yeah, thanks for your help. I know I've been flip-floppy, but I think the emotional, if I can make it, make people cry. Not that I want to, but I think I'm close. It's definitely making me tear up, but I can see the whole story where people don't. So, but anyways, yeah, give me a 5-10 minutes. I'll try to be back at 12:30. Just with the timer up there. Come on. Thanks. Wasting time. Okay. BRB. still need a couple minutes. I had enough of those. Still got a good. Yeah, I don't know why I want to crack a new one. Wait an hour. Finish that one. Okay. Just want to hear that fizz. Ready, set, go. Anyways. Okay. So, next plan of attack would be to consort the notes. See if this is up to date. Okay, so that's up to date. So we can start upresing clips. What do we need of Kepler?
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray.
Okay, so let's drop in that one clip for now. Of him in space, where it looks kind of cheesy. At least it's a placeholder so we can move on and we're not like, oh, what do we play here? Yeah, sorry about the mouth breather. These are all the same. Oh, what's going on here? Whoa, whoa. Yeah, they're literally all the same clip, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's too bad that Dope Boy run isn't working. Because that was a cool track.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this
hopefully it's
long,
not too loud
but somehow you did.
or annoying.
And in your small, fearless way,
Let me know if there's any like background noise or anything distracting. But there's gonna be a lot of like stop, go, playback. So definitely don't feel like you have to stick around. I don't know if there's much to learn. Well, actually, I guess in between this, I'll be doing AI generation, stuff like that. So might be a purpose to stick around. But I think for the most part, we're going to be doing music first. Lay down the tracks that we have first in our collection. Lay down tracks in our collection. Edit music or clips to music as I do. That can be done as we're doing that. We need to lock in a music track, which we've already kind of done. Well, we have these two different tracks, but I'm hoping if we just edit to this one, we can toggle between the two.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart, when I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't.
Yeah, like
You weren't
it's,
made to live
as long as
this
it's like
long,
the same kind of
but
beat,
somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way,
then you can
taught me
choose
how
any
to,
music
too.
track, really.
Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking
Yeah,
we'll
it's about
know
the
the
same.
moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate
Yeah, this
twists
one's good
us,
too. This is
fear
the mix of
blinds
both.
us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars.
Like
He
it's got
never
the
hated.
twangy, so
He
it's
never
like
wanted to destroy anything.
the goosebumps
He
rise in
was
the back.
just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to
We
love
have
one
what I
another
wanted, those other tracks.
unconditionally, then let
We could
this
add a
be the memory
reverb.
that survives. Memory that survives.
The violin on that, so good. Like happy accident. I meant to do that. I edited it that way.
I once thought
Man,
you
this
were
one's
just
good
a
too.
patchwork stray.
This is the both.
Metal, fur,
Definitely
code,
the both.
stitched together by loss.
Okay, anyways, we're fantasizing about music. We've locked that in. Need to lock in music. Lay down tracks. Once we lay down the tracks, we'll see what holes we have. Equals after this, we see what holes we have in the edit. We also should be making have a list of clips to upres and or redo in VO3. Fill holes in edit. Include generation clips of Kelper at the start and a few at the end. Ethan and oh man, him when he was a kitten with Ethan. Getting emotional enough, try not to thinking about it. Rolling around with a ball of yarn or something. Ethan and Kepler together. Possibly. Oh no, because he wouldn't be a kitten, because he's an heirloom from his family. So it would be Ethan as a kid, but then that would complicate things. So we're just going to stay away from that. Ethan Then Kepler together. Kepler gravitating up against crew members or chasing alien mice. Or the lemming. He could be chasing one of the lemmings. It's like watching them. It's always watching them. So then he's just like, he sees it and chases it. I already have some of those generated. I'm not sure if you saw them earlier when I was scrolling through, but I think there's an element that we may have to show it. I'm worried it's going to be morbid, but because I don't know, does he say goodbye, old friend, or did I remove that?
The memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten.
So we would push everything forward here. I'm just going to download one of those pictures now. So this is how many credits we have, 86,000. So we're going to see quickly how much that goes. I'm pretty sure it was at 91 this morning. I didn't check for some reason. I'm pretty sure it's at 91, so I'm saying this costs 5,000 to generate. So that only gives us 18, 17 clips. Anyways, I'm going to download the pictures. Apologies if this is triggering. Warning in 5, 4, 3. Oh, actually, sorry, I should say you should probably leave now if you're triggered by seeing animals in a dead state. Because I'm about to scroll to some, and I don't want to upset people's days. So, be warned. Apologies, but this is stories, and hopefully you can relate. And it's not the end of this chapter. It's the end of the chapter for Kepler, but because his body was there, it facilitates a deity coming alive. And if he didn't come, then he would, then that whole probably system wouldn't work, or she wouldn't find a body to help people with. But yeah, these are the shots here. The goal is that when they place him, it's got weird kind of dead eyes, which I don't like. Well, obviously it's dead, but it's just a little too much. Like stuff like this is what I want, where it's like the closed, peaceful eyes. But when it's being buried, scientist places a alien flower on top of it, and that's what ends up powering the cat up. But it gives the opportunity Kalia, one of the deity spirits, to occupy the body and kind of be a guardian angel. So we'll just download this one for now. Okay, moving on. So let's scroll away from that. So, sorry, beating a dead horse. So probably shouldn't have said that either. I'm not the. Anyways, just moving on. But we need something here where there's like contrasting, right? Where it's like he's being buried. We hear the shovels just afterwards, but we don't see it.
Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten.
Let's put a little scale on that just so there's something. We gotta obviously fix this or add motion to it, but for now we'll just quick little motion.
Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten.
Hit you in the feels. It's relatable, right? Hopefully. Well, not hopefully, but hopefully for me and the story and what I'm trying to achieve. Sucks that people lose their pets, but it's the circle of life. That's what I'm trying to capture here. And by this cat coming alive, there's a resurrection moment, which they've never seen before. So that alone is like, once that information gets back to Earth, they're like, oh, holy crap, like things can be revived there. So then they start sending the military more. Like if that person didn't signal back to Earth that happened, they were trying to hold that information, but one of the crew members is like, no, or secretly sent it out. that's what caused the rush to come in, and they wanted to capture the planet more because there's this like magical power, right, to resurrect people, infinite life type thing. But that's not exactly what happens. The cat died, Kepler died, the consciousness is no longer in his body, but then a new consciousness occupies its body. And it's only because of the flower. The flower is kind of like what is a tether to the planet and what keeps the body alive. Once that gets severed, then Kalia will die. I'm not sure the situation, but that's it. I think when the planet dies, then the robot cat will just be like, kind of thing. But yeah, I haven't quite got there in my story yet. I'm still trying to. I got so many pathways or crossroads to take that. That's one of them. But anyways, moving on. Moving on. Okay. So what else do we keep? They're being buried. We'll start there at least. We can add more as we go. What other shots should I include? I want to include. What do I want to include? I'd like to include Ethan fusing with the two droids. Shot complication dependent. David jumping off the cliff and the dire wolf droid jumping in after him. Evelyn spearheading the water creature, or her part of the vegetation and attacking robot. Robot gets pink pollen ink on him and ends fight with laughter. I might not actually have the Luddites in this after all from the last thing I was writing. I can't remember what I wrote, but I have it written down, but there's a whole thing that I could avoid that situation. And it probably made sense for my story. Because for them to be there, like, it has to be 100 or even 1,000, not 1,000, 100 years of occupying the planet, which they're just like kind of year 10. They've been on the planet for 20 to 30, but the first mega city infrastructure got built, and as that's expanding, more people are coming in. But the Luddites would be people that have left that city that have come and they're like, oh, this is not what it was, the promised land, or what I was promised, or my opportunity to escape. And then they live outside, and then they form together. But yeah, that's why it'd be 100 years for something like that to happen. So I don't think I'm going to have the Luddites. But there's a whole story written there, which is pretty crazy. If we need to expand it, make like 20 episodes, then it's something that we could add. But if we're making it 8, then they need to be scrapped, or 10 needs to be scrapped. Evelyn being ejected by Axel into the aquifer cavern below them. She comes, lands on the planet with her team. The team gets killed by all the monsters attacking them. She survives, kinda. Her robot exosuit that she's in is like overheating and being like self-destruct or malfunction in 2 minutes, or battery dying in 1 minute. So just as there's like 20 seconds left, the robot takes over, punches a hole in the ground because it's like looking for a way out, and it sees like scan underground this like water system. There's like a bunch of water systems, aquifers is what they call them. We have them here on Earth. So he like punches a hole or digs a little bit as monsters are like ripping him apart or jumping on him. And then he's like, and then he ejects her, and then she's like, why? And then he explodes, covering the hole, and she falls in and gets shot out through the other side of the system. Evelyn finding Axel attached to the tree, crying. So 20 years, 30 years later, when she's surviving by herself, she ends up teaming with David. David has to go back to the facility that she doesn't realize, or maybe she does realize that they're going to. And she's warning them, no, 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 but she keeps pushing through. And eventually they find Axel. But because of the explosion, his body got launched into a tree, or the tree grew around him. So he's like part of the tree. And one of the companions is a robot, so they use him to connect to Axel and make him come alive for a little bit. And then Evelyn apologizes because she would push him to the limit because it's just a machine. It's just a machine. But she realizes, and he would always joke that, well, what if I'm not a machine? What if I'm more than just a machine? And yeah, I'm rambling a little bit, but some back character stories that I think are pretty epic personally, but maybe not. But they have a little moment, and he finally dies, but maybe a part of him gets uploaded to the robot and corrupts him, and so the boy is like, why did you do my robot? Like, and then she fixes him, or I don't know. The robot companion is going to be a house of a bunch of souls or a bunch of consciousnesses kind of thing. Okay. How I'm listing the things that we need, I'm basing it on the previous trailer. And actually some of these notes up here. Because if we're going to put this edit anyway, so we should try to, what we'll need for this edit, we should try to generate and potentially use in our emotional one. Weird. These screenshots, I just don't want to be seeing them. So we need more hope. Hand reaching out. Oh, the mimic. We should totally do the mimic. I don't know if you remember the pod creature I was talking about with the tentacles that gets connected to people, turns them to zombies. I'm just calling it a mimic for now, but hey, I'm still not sure what to call it. Mimic. Maybe Evelyn attached to it, silhouetted. Can never spell this word. And it's not going to spell it for me, so great. Or her crew member looking like cool, because she comes across it. They have a separation in their group because there's like a little argument, and then she disappears, or not disappears. She just like, she's not traveling with him, but she keeps an eye because she's curious about him and wants to know more about him. So she keeps her distance, but Robot knows the whole time. But while that, she finds one of her old crew members, and she's like, "What? Jacob, what are you doing?" And he's like hunched over. He's like, sounds like he's eating something. He's like, and then she realizes like mowing down on something raw, and he's like a zombie and flesh dripping off of him. And then she gets attached to the mimic because of that. Golem. I don't know how to spell his name. Lord of the Rings. Not that I want to copy, but that's just the best mental image. Quickly sum it up in words. What other fight scenes? What other monsters do we have? We have the bug. What do we have generated for the bug? I want to have this one opened. Because it's got all the other stuff in it. Okay. What other shots do we need? Evelyn. We need more Evelyn in the first few episodes because we see her. Those are like later episodes. We have enough robot stuff. Maybe robots fighting, shooting at each other. Robots fighting, shooting at each other. And then cut into Adam. I don't know who that is yet. I think it's Adam. Looking at the mural. That shot I showed you earlier, which I'll go back to. So this one's already kind of done. Yeah, I want more of like her in her military, or her, even her in front of the. I don't know. We also need more LiDAR stuff, because that's a huge element. But it's just we don't ever really talk about it. It's just the technology that you use. Or LiDAR later. Actually, I have some more because there's the walls and stuff later on in the story, like people walking through, or holograms in the city. Holograms in a city, like Blade Runner, but only visible with a VR headset or body modification. Okay. So creature, we have that, but then there's the beetle with David. Beetle, monster, Scar with David as a kid. To contrast, running one at crew by Klingshot. Okay. Beetle. Ethan with Beetle. Fight. Feel like this is going to chew through generations. With what we have can work. I don't know if you're still here, but I was gonna mention Turtle, since you're flip-flopping your names. But yeah, Turtle, if you're still here. Oh, maybe not. What was I gonna ask? Oh, the beetle, the bug fight. Does that make sense? Like you don't really see it, but just enough that, oh, Ethan got into a fight with a bug, and it looks cool and legit. That's just kind of a concern there. All this is good. Oh, we have to switch out the cyber shot. We could probably use it, but this background shot here is actually from Marathon, which would be ironic to use. Could regenerate. Yeah, so fusing with the two droids would make this better, because this is not how it's going to look. He's going to be like two different colors. Here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. I was getting like, oh man, these are going to be a lot of shots, but make sure we have a pool of ideas. so that one's probably going to be a go, because that makes a lot of sense. Leverage one of the newer shots I made. To show the kid has gifts. Yeah, I think they just... No, Evelyn would have to... No, I don't know that situation. I keep writing different stuff, but she brings them back to their house, no matter what. Because I don't show the three of them together. So, and then traveling together. We already have enough of these monsters. Okay. Clip shot can probably go. remember we're doing Kepler's edit too, so can't just all be this. The gate stuff's probably gonna come out. Okay. Okie dokie. Okay, what do we need for Kepler? Crap. Spend too much time in Typeland. Lock in Ethan's speech. So as we're watching this, we'll try to lock in Ethan's speech. Do we need to change anything in Ethan's speech?
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small heart, together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran. You were there. But you had a heart. But you had a heart. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way.
Okay, Ethan in the shower. Wash those sins away. Lucky if it's in here. I should probably start at the bottom. And we should probably get the ones out of there we're not using ever. Not that they take up a lot of space, but just too many files. if he didn't have a backpack, we would have been good. But he got a backpack generated on him again. Can maybe use the start of it, but and then well, can't zoom in because he's in the background. But rambles. Leave those in there for now. That one we're not using. Sorry, mouth breather. Well, that's sick. Didn't realize I had that one. I don't know if I've updated these. Yeah, I guess I would have, right? Not using those anymore. Okay, well, looks like the shot I'm looking for is not in this folder. Yeah, it's gonna be in here. There's the lemmings I was talking about. There he is.
You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us. Sorrow for we. When I ran, there by loss. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long.
It's coming together. It's just taking a little bit longer than I wanted it to because I was in typey type land. But I'm feeling good. Feeling good. Yeah, I wanted him to be more like this, like kind of out of the box. Oh, I can't believe I wasted money on those. This is all VO3 generations, I think. I'm not dead. I promise. Way too many generations there. Can also maybe use this. But yeah, he looks like he's dead there. Don't want that. You're not dead yet. Should already downloaded this one. Do over here. Okay, what was I doing? What was I doing? There's a reason I was fill it with a picture for now.
Fell apart. When I ran, fell apart. When I ran, you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied, you cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Couldn't. You weren't made to live this long. But I couldn't. When I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you cared for it. You cared for us, even.
Oh, Kepler. Yeah, we need more Kepler shots for sure. These are.
They were there when I fell apart, when I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. Couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to, too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to, too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the fearless way, you taught me how to, too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us. Fear blinds us, but love blinds us.
Oh, it's so sick.
Twists us. Fear blinds. Fear blinds us, but love us. Fear blinds us, but love echoes,
Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything.
So good.
He was just there, a guardian in the
Love it.
background, making sure we, his family, were safe.
Oh,
If
I
the
just
world
had like
forgets what it means
like
to
pain
love one
run
another
up my back, but it's like
unconditionally,
amazing
then
pain.
let this be the memory that survives.
Beautiful pain.
Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten.
I think we're onto something.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live
Initially,
this
it was
long,
like them carrying
but
him
somehow
out,
you did.
but
And in your small, fearless
we
way,
need the other music track for
you
that.
taught me how to, too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate suddenly gone. Hate twists us, suddenly gone.
Oh, here we have the hand holding out. We don't need that shot anymore. Because we already have a hand shot. So yeah, that'd be silly to have multiple ones. Here we go. It's one down.
When there's
Could have spent a bunch of credits on that and realized, oh, actually, we already have a hand shot. Wasn't even thinking about that.
suddenly gone. Hate twists us. Hate.
Carpal tunnel.
Hate twists us. Fear blinds us. But love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. Kepler never echoes. Kepler never fought wars. Love echoes. Love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never.
Okay, another Kepler. More my boy.
You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us.
This. Oh no, we'll just use that one. This one here. For that.
When I fell apart.
Actually, no. Sorry. Flip him around. You cared for us. He's watching out the window.
When I apart. When I ran, when I lied. You lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to, too.
Okay, one more shot. We just need to figure out what we're going to put there. This is just to indicate they need to be our boy Kepler. And that's 5 shots generated versus the 17 that I was counting. Or not 17, 17 in total, 18 in total across the thing. I think I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So, yeah, about 17 shots. That's crazy. But it was going to be Kepler generated, but now we're down to 5. So that helps. Actually, 6 potentially. Yeah, likely 6, because that does not look like Kepler at all.
death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes, but we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twist. Hate twists. Hate twists us. Fear blinds us. But love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never
Fought
wanted
wars.
to destroy.
We don't have to show Kepler here. We just have to show people fighting.
Love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. Destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background.
Oh, I'm getting hungry. Time is at 1:30. Go make a sandwich.
Anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, we're safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten. Be forgotten.
Hey,
Forgotten. You won't be forgotten.
I wish I had my second camera up right now. We got a little, we got a mother robin showing the baby robin how to look for food. I just hope the cat's not out there. Oh, it's pretty cool. The bunny earlier ran right in front of me, and it was literally like half a meter in front of me. I almost touched it. It ran away just as I went to touch it. Those little baby robins. They're like the same size as the mother, so it's just funny. They act like babies, but they're the same size as the mama bird. Anyways, look at that. We're starting to fill this out. I thought I wasn't going to get her done.
Silences. In the way someone stays. Or silences. In the way someone stays happens in silences. In the way someone stays. Or in the quiet when they're someone stays.
Whoa, why is that so loud? Son?
In the,
Oh, actually, the campfire would work there. Yeah, campfire would work
in the way
there.
someone stays. Or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. In the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone.
Oh, actually, where's that shot? That shot there.
The memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forget when they're suddenly gone. The way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us.
I want to see more of my boy Sentinel. He's like my favorite character. Oh, I got so many favorite characters. They're all good. They're all my favorites. They're all mine. Not that they're mine, but just like, how can they not all be my favorites if I've written them into a story?
Gone. Hate twists us. Hate twists us. Fear twists us. Fear blinds us, but love Kepler echoes. Kepler never fought war, but love echoes. Kepler never fought love echoes. Kepler but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything.
Okay, so we'll just put, yeah, we're just gonna have to shimmy this stuff, yeah, because it's already here. Why generate more?
Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. Kepler never fought wars.
Oh, actually, we can put in our droid shot here. Maybe run that. Oh yeah, the 60 frames should probably fix that.
Never fought. Wars. He never hated. Never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background. He never hated. He never wanted to.
Epic shot. I love it. It's not what I wanted. I wanted him to be like a kid robot, because this is actually could have been robot. But I think that's more might be Adam or Cam now in season 2. Trying to find people. Trying to find somebody to connect with, since he's now kind of in a robot form, machine form, human form. Sorry, that's the word I was looking for, human form.
Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. Never fought wars. He never hated. Fought wars. Kepler never fought. Kepler never He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love, forgets what it means, if the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that
maybe this stuff here.
if the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that unconditionally if the world forgets what it means to if the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten. You won't be forgotten. Won't be forgotten.
Just don't like the flame on his tail. I didn't write it to do that, but it's like, oh, fire alarms, I guess you mean there's something on fire.
You won't be forgotten. You won't be forgotten. You won't be forgotten.
No. I'm gonna have to just regenerate that, I think.
Forgotten. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. Safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be happens in silences. It happens in silences, but we never do. It happens in silences. It happens in silences. It happens in silences. In the
Oh, mimic shot actually would be good too.
in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate gone. Hate twists in the quiet when they're or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twist quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us. Fear blinds us. But love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives.
Oh, yes.
Survives. Goodbye, old friend. You
That
won't
makes
be
way
forgotten.
more sense.
Forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Family were safe. His family were safe.
Yeah, maybe he's the one that finds the source of food.
We, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten.
Or
I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to too. Through this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way,
The bugs. Where are the bugs? Where'd the bugs go? I ran.
Way, you taught me how to, too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives. Life finds its shape again. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking. We'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. The way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there. That's what it means to love one another. To love one another. It means to love one another unconditionally. Then let this be the memory that survives. Conditionally. They're unconditionally. Then and let this be the memory that survives. My old friend, to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. In the way someone stays, or in the quiet, we live our lives think finds its shape again. Life finds its shape again. Life finds its shape again. We through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know. Life finds its shape again. Finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking life. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes, but we never. Shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes, but we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, the memory that survives.
Just get the shot now. There it is right there. Should be with Kepler, but Kepler is only one episode, not even. There's just one character.
Memory that survives.
A vessel.
Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten. Let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten. You won't be forgotten. Won't be forgotten.
Oh, what am I doing? I don't even do anything.
You won't be forgotten. Won't be forgotten.
Kids. What do I do with these kids?
Won't be forgotten.
Paparazzi.
Won't be forgotten. Won't be forgotten. Friend, you won't be forgotten.
be loud, sorry. Close. There we go. Perfect. Well, not perfect, but we'll use it. It's what I was looking for. Okay, too much rumble. You guys are probably like, I don't know if you could hear that, but you're like, what is he doing? There's like a earth rising type noise in this. The wind.
once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart.
Oh.
You were there when...
Check out YouTube, see if you get comments. Sorry, peeps. Been in the zone. I think I might need another little breaky poo. Looks like I might have some work stuff to do too. Sure. What was I doing? Scrambles, man, it just sucks. But things I'm wrapped up in right now.
I once thought you were just a patchwork. I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied.
He ran. Why did he run? Why did he run? What was he running from? That's why the narration might not be locked in.
Heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us.
Oh, I know what this is.
When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, somehow you did. And in your small, in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to, too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking...
Yeah, Ethan Scar, Ethan David. Here we go.
Its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences. In the way someone stays. Or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. In the way someone... stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Quiet when they're suddenly, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Or in the quiet. In the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making a guardian in the background, making just there, a guardian in the background, making sure his family were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another, safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten. Survives. Then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten. That survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten. Goodbye, old friend. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten. Old friend, you won't be forgotten. won't be forgotten. 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 I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten. Another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten.
There we go. That helps it. Yep, it's coming together. Yep. Let's watch it through. Might do an export. Flip it to a couple people.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there.
Oops, sorry.
When I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't...
Actually, I'm just going to turn these off because I can't read them anyways.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. Fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to, too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us. Someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten. You won't be forgotten. Bye, old friend. You won't be forgotten.
My boy, resurrected. Come on, man. Come on, man. Okay. We're one step closer, but we still got a lot of work to do. It's weird. Usually it closes. It's like not that big, but makes me think there's something on the end of the timeline. Good. Okay. What does it sound like with the other track?
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran.
Huh, it's not landing as good anymore.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten. You won't be forgotten. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet. Life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll
I thought I used that.
Life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes, but we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone, or in the quiet when they're the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us. Quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love is, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love. Fear blinds us, but fear blinds us, but love. Fear blinds us, but fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background thing. He was
Okay, one watch, then we're gonna go make some food.
I once thought you were just
A patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long. I once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart, when I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes, but we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten.
Here. Sports, I'll hop over to the Yotos, put it up on there. Go make myself a tuna sandwich. I'm stunned. Stunned, just straight stunned. Okay.
BO garbage. Because of the kitchen. But nobody will believe me. Yeah, it stinks in here. Anyways. I will be back. I need sugar and some air. Let's crank this for a bit and see what happens. I know it's hot outside, but no air for you. That's funny. It's never happened before.
that fan going for a little bit. It's a little toasty in here. Time charger. I hear a bird. It's like a cat. Cat, cat. Sorry, I just got to do my hours quick here. Submit my hours. Driving me nuts. It's because the cats out there, these birds are just losing their minds. And I feel bad because it's like I can hear them stressing and I want to help them because it's like an animal in stress, but I can't freaking do anything, so it's just gonna be chirping for the next 2 hours until the cat's finally let inside or something. I don't know. It's driving me nuts. Driving me absolutely nuts. Alright, so focused. What were we doing? Hours. So I say 0.5. 4.5. Okay. That should be done. Ports. Back a week. Export. Oops. Drop this to Julia. Out of all the jobs I've worked at, I've never had a male human resource manager. I find that interesting. I was thinking about that the other day. Eating on cam, sorry about that. I'm starving. Probably gonna flip over to here. Turn my mic off for a bit since it's got the fan going, whatever. sorry about that. What do we do next? So that, I was about to skip that, but I don't know, about to write it again, and it was literally the top one. Okay. Keep coming back here, we need to be here. Hoy. I should probably go look at that one first. Four. Fixes it. Pretty good. Pretty good, Mario. Sorry about that. Something in my eye. I should say that actually, because that was the corruption issue there. Good stabbing it. Want to be moving faster.
Meow. Meow.
Render that cute, beautiful. Still like sort of grainy, pixelated. Actually, this might work. vision cloudy. Okay, we'll try that. Okay, we'll drink them to the downloads. The downloads will go to there. That makes that simple. Huh? Where are you in here? A lot of clips to do. We're gonna move it over. Oh, its faces are all kind of messed up. Whoops. Hey Zoo, how's it going, buddy? Hope you're doing well. Kill this fan here, I'm sure that's probably annoying. How's your day going? What are you up to? Oh, voiceovers. Save. Nice, nice. Hopping into another competition. We got an Artlist 100,000 competition. I only got like a couple days for this one. I was just thinking about using my other one that we made. I'm not sure if you saw the final result there. But I was thinking about adding to that one, but kind of last minute, I pivoted back to one of my older trailers. And then I pivoted again to a new trailer that's kind of based on the older one, but it's about the cat, Kepler.
And in your small, fearless way,
it's about his burial, his funeral kind of thing. But yeah, that's what I'm working on right now, is another AI competition video. Show you where it's at. Hopefully it's not too loud or annoying.
I once thought you were just a
There's gonna be a lot of placeholders, all this red, orange stuff. Actually, all of it really.
patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart, when I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes, but we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten.
Missing the audio. But this is like the ground, like a ground rising noise. There's like a flower that blooms out. Basically, a clip before it, scientist is going to place a flower on the cat. Then they bury it and the flower grows out and the cat comes back to life. It's part of my story, but we don't see that. Yeah, it does hit deep. I'm hoping it does. My goal is, it's going to sound terrible, but I'm hoping I can make people cry. Because it's like, obviously you're checking some emotional stuff, right? And I think people get invested to that type of stuff. Not that I want to like be like, oh, here's a dead cat, but it's a very pivotal character. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, I was a little worried that it might be a little too heavy, a little strong. But his story, like, he's like alive for 1,000 years or 100 years. He's like a family heirloom to Ethan. And then when they crash land, his power source, battery source thing that would feed him breaks, and then eventually dies over time. So then he, eventually dies because they can't power his machine anymore. And then they bury him. When they bury him with a flower. That flower ends up connecting him to the planet, and then Kalia, I'm not sure if I rambled about Kalia and Kalian, but Kalia is like an ancient deity that gets released when they crash to the planet, and she inhabits the body, and it's reincarnated as Kalia. And it becomes like a guardian angel type thing in the background throughout my show. It makes sure that certain characters are at the places that they need to be in order to save the future. So you'll just kind of see it in the background, maybe on a mountain, or just nonchalantly in the background, or maybe we end on it bringing a character back to the base or something like that. I don't know what it looks like, but if this cat never came, then Kalia would never kind of be reborn. So it's really important that sorry, leaving on the dead cat. It's really important that this character came here, so that's why I thought this trailer would be sick about Ethan, because it's Ethan's cat reflecting on it, but then also being a foreshadow for my series. So the goal now is to try to just update my visuals, because obviously it's pretty quick cuts. It's just part of a longer edit that I did. So anyways, got a lot of cleaning up to do, but I'm hoping that the narrative's good. Yeah, the cat is kind of the pivotal part of the story. And the rebirth, to kind of expand on that resurrection, right? Like it's kind of an underlining theme in a lot of stories. And for my characters, this resurrection happens and all the scientists are like, oh my god, like this is crazy. Where did the cat go? It's obviously alive again. Or somebody sees it. So everybody agrees not to send the information back to Earth because they'll know that the military will come for it. But somebody ends up releasing the information, and that's what causes the military to come for the resources and this kind of resurrection type thing that they want to be able to manipulate and control for internal life, right? Kind of what we're not doing with AI, blah, 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 blah. So to ramble about that. But yeah, the cat is the anchor. It's a pivotal point, but it's also my anchor throughout the whole series kind of thing. And then when the planet dies, if the planet dies, then the cat will die because it's got that tether, right? But if the planet's not alive, then there's no energy actually feeding the body anymore. What about the music? Because I have another music track as well. It's not as like drony or type stuff. Don't know. Might as well play that, I guess.
I once thought you were just a patchwork stray, metal, fur, code, stitched together by loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart, when I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long.
I don't know, I'm not feeling
but
this one.
somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten.
And it's supposed to be digging, not shotgun. Dig the cat out. So I don't know, I might switch that up because it's supposed to be digging. And then yeah, this is supposed to be dirt. Reconnect that because I moved a bunch of stuff. Take the cat out back. No, Kepler, no. Yeah, motivational, a bit too loud. Yeah, it's got merit. That's why I was like, yeah. And I also had like 10 other tracks as well, but I narrowed them down to that. I think that one, the first one, I think is a game, a home run, as long as they make the edit tight. Man, it can never work in that mode. I had Amazing Grace. I don't know if you watch Cowboy Bebop. Yeah, no, I'm all ears, man. I got time. Well, I got a few days here. I want this to be the best it can. So if you have anything that, because I'm just tunnel vision, right? Not thinking of every possibility. Just kind of like, not enough time. Just choose this, and then, oh shit, gotta go back, blah, 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 right? So let me know. Suggestions, I'm open. But yeah, Cowboy Bebop, I had this going. Actually, let's slap it on the actual edit. But it just, I don't know. If it was more anime, I probably would have used this. And it's just, I don't know, feels cliche a little bit. Even though I don't know if people have done it. Obviously, Amazing Grace with Death is, but... oh, give me a second, sorry. Where was it before? I should have left it on the timeline.
You were just a patchwork.
For the voiceover, I was thinking you could use your own voice for this project. It just makes it more human, and the emotions of the human voice creates more depth. Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, I don't mind doing that. Like, especially since, like, I have a delivery, like, the words kind of, as long as the words are there, I should be able to deliver it. And I have the equipment to record it. Because, yeah, there's certain inflections, right? Kind of at the end. I think we kind of lose it a bit. The script before this was like, he is like, but Kepler stayed, and staying is worth it. And I'm like, why is he staying? That doesn't make any sense. Some stuff at the beginning too, so I kind of retailored that a little bit. And then, yeah, spacing. Like the first one here, I had to chop it up quite a bit. Yeah. To Planet, I don't want it to sound like AI, right? Like the competition isn't about AI, it's just one of the things. What was it? A music video done all in AI, experimental short film, but that's all it says, right? About the AI is the music and AI, but I'm assuming the AI can apply to anything. It's just that I should do my best to not make it AI, whereas the other competition we did, it made sense to make it AI voice because it's like, that's an AI competition, but this is more of a project competition. So, yeah, no, I like where you're going. But the context of it, just wow, like you mean like what they're talking about? Like the reflection Ethan's has of like the burial type thing, and because it's pretty important that hits home, right? So far, silly to say, but I showed it to my mom and she said like, wow, that narration's really good. And I'm like, you sure? She didn't say it made her cry or anything, or I didn't ask her, but she's just like, wow, really good. The flow, okay, cool. So I don't need to touch the narrative too much in the narration, other than me redoing it by the sounds of it. Okay, cool, I appreciate that. Hopefully it won't be a dead horse there. But your suggestion, make it more human, okay. I like that, so we're gonna do that. Now I guess the next thing is the visuals. It's hard to guess where the edit's gonna go, right? But if I was critical on it, it's just too quick editing. And that's partially because I just chopped one of my exports together. Or maybe I didn't. Anyways, what I'm doing there is I'm going through each clip, I'm bringing it into an up-reser, so it's like higher quality 4K, downsize it to 1080 so it looks a little bit better. Then making a kind of a list of shots that I should be making, other shots that I could be making, and then ideas that I had, but I'm like, nope, let's not do it because XYZ. So I'm just kind of sticking to this little area if I can. Yeah, you like it when it matches the shots? Okay. The narration to the clips, or like the music to the narration. Down here. Okay. Yeah, After Effects is pretty sweet, eh? I'm definitely a big fan of it. I'm sure you saw me do some cool things with it. Definitely I have like many years of experience behind it, and I don't know it all. I'd say I'm an intermediate user in it. What would make me more advanced is if I knew the graph editor a little better and expressions. I think those are the kind of the things, and there's a ton of plugins I don't use or haven't tried. But I think everything else I have a pretty grasp on that can make me intermediate, especially with AI. I know how to use AI, or AE with AI. AE being After Effects, the short term for it. PP being Premiere Pro. Have you done anything with it, or are you just kind of dabbling, playing around with it? Yeah, okay, so first track, lock in speech, nothing should be done there. Speech is locked in. Speech, redo in my own voice to bring a human element, and maybe run it through voice changer, if anything. But I have a good voice. I think I have an Ethan voice. If I can just get a good audio recording. Because I want him to be like I can be like high and nasally and but I want to be like, I don't know, deep and low and wise and talking like this and kind of a little bit of a smoker's breath, but even though he doesn't smoke, I don't know. I can do it. But yeah, I like that idea. I wasn't thinking about that, and that's going to be an easy win to level it up. So yeah, I think we just got to keep going through our collection of video clips. Yeah, I'm just going through everything that I've already generated that we could be using for the edits, and then up-resing them and dropping them in. And then by the time I'm done this, hopefully we will have an idea where our holes are. And then from there, we can generate our remaining clips, because I only have so many credits left. That was the main reason I went ham and burned through 30,000 credits to get the cat shot. It's probably not even like the cat shot I'm going to be using. Yeah, these would be some that we'd want to generate, maybe. Yeah, these characters are pretty cool in my series. I did like the door with the strong light behind it. Oh, nice, yeah. Yeah, the wiggle. I'm all about the wiggle. I think that's the only expression I really use. But yeah, the wiggle's nice. That's what I did with the debris in my 60-second one. Added nulls and everything, and then just gave it a little wiggle, so that way it kind of just shook as it came into the atmosphere, like it was. But yeah, I can ramble about these characters because they're pretty cool. Scar, I'm calling him Scar. Ethan runs into him with his crew beforehand, kills his crew except for one guy. He dies on the way back, but Ethan's like picked up by him, or the guy that dies, and takes out a flare and stabs him in the eye with it. And then later on, Ethan runs into him with the baby, David, but the baby ends up like touching this monster's face and then turning him into like a calm creature until it hears gunfire, and then it just books it, just making a path of destruction to where the military are, and then you hear gunfire and it just stops, implying that this thing just went and murdered them all. Yeah, a little scary. That's what people are saying. Obviously AI is probably pulling from like the aliens, that kind of stuff, right? So I might have to modify them. But I like the idea of the Scar, and then later seeing him, because it would be like the creature has vengeance against Ethan, but because David's there, he's like the interventor. Because David's connected to the planet, he's like alien kind of. Anyways, ramble, but I thought that's pretty cool. Ethan thinks he's gonna die, but the kid ends up saving him. But yeah, it's supposed to be more beetly. It's supposed to be like this, more beetly versus more venomy, alien-y. But I do have another creature that's pretty terrifying as well, the Mimic. Let's see if I can find that. The Mimic's pretty cool, but I don't know if it might be a little bit too terrifying. I should have this stuff organized better. Oh, body, there we go. Let's just open it up in Blender. play around with it for a bit. But I think this creature's pretty cool. I think it'd be pretty terrifying on camera, on screen. So it's like, it's kind of like this, I don't know, a plant that lives underground. But what its features are is it's like, it's got like these tentacle things that it like latches onto like different animals and creatures, and that's how it survives. It uses its appendages to control these things to like find food, and either it eats it and feeds it, or it brings it back to the main host and feeds it. Usually when that happens, like the host is about to die, so then it like brings it back and then it eats the body, and then it's got a new appendage to try to find something. Like if a deer comes in, it'll attach itself to a deer and slowly drain it. But with this, they're like tethered, so they can only go so far based on how far it's dug or whatever its network is. But there's a scene. There's a scene like Lord of the Rings, Golem, the little guy's like, my precious. So there's a scene where there's like they're walking up to the, and you see one of, sorry, I'm tripping on my words. You see that from behind, like the guy's going like, can't really see his face. When they get close, he's like eating something raw, or it gets like picked up and it just flies through the forest, like levitating, and it's because the tendrils are able to like pick it up. Why can't I grab these right now? I don't know if it'll let me do it. Yeah, it'll grab. Oh, they're not tethered. Yeah, they're not tethered, but it'll grab the person and like fly them through the air. So I like imagine somebody like flying through the forest like that, or coming to somebody and like zombie type thing. Yeah, pretty dark, right? Pretty terrifying. I don't know why. I have a pretty morbid mind, I guess, for terrifying creatures. But yeah, Evelyn, that person that's like hunched over, is actually one of her old crew members that's been attached to that thing for like 10 years. And she's like, Jacob, what are you doing? And then she ends up getting captured by it, but she's only on it for like 10-20 minutes. But she ends up attacking our heroes, David and the robot, and they sever her from the thing, and then she ends up getting poisoned. And that's a reason why she has to start transmuting her body, Evelyn, because she's poisoned by the thing, and machines are the only thing that keeps her alive. Yeah, my headspace is definitely in that love, death, robots, right? Because I have these little like snippets of characters in the universe. I can build this world, this universe, and then there's these little snippets of characters and their stories within that universe. And that's what this E.V.E. thing is kind of shaping up to be. Told Ethan's fall crash in my 60-second one, talking about Kepler. What I should have done was use like somebody completely different. Maybe told Cassiel's story or David's story. Ethan being tethered to it still. Anyways. Rambling. But yeah, lots going on. Big package. There's still tons to unpack. But as you keep popping in, get to distill some stuff to you, so thanks for hearing me out. But yeah, definitely focused on this, so if there's anything else that you comes to mind, or hopefully you're enjoying After Effects. It's cool that you're already in the wiggle type stuff. I didn't touch that until probably year 2 of After Effects. My thing was more like getting the keyframes down, learning the tools, getting the keyframes down, masking, rotoscoping. There's some 3D mixed in there with Video Copilots. What the heck do you call it? VideoCopilot.net. It's their kind of main thing. I don't know if it's really usable anymore, but yeah, Lovecraft. People have mentioned the Lovecraft stuff too, which is weird because like I'm a pro spirit, pro love. Like I don't like hate, don't like darkness, don't like bad villains and people, bad people. But here I am like making monstrous creatures. But you have to have that in stories. The further you get away from the light, the darker the creatures get. Comparison to like the ocean, right? So that's kind of where my thinking is in story writing, is that the darker your characters are, the further they are from that light, making our heroes more impactful. They shine brighter in contrast to that other thing. The duality, yeah, exactly. Interesting that you said that, because I had written that character. Well, actually, Cassiel is kind of that character, the orb that you see in my trailer. But there was a character called the Observer, and basically it was you, the person, observing my story. And I was trying to play something in it that you had to be able to, like, the viewer chose how the story ended. Not like Goosebumps Choose Your Adventure, but they had to, like, reach out to me somehow and be like, hey, this is how the story ends, or this is what, I don't know what it would look like, but I kind of shut that down. But there was an Observer character, then it turned into the Mysterious Stranger character, which is badass. There's so many cool things about the Mysterious Stranger. But I ended up, there's still a placeholder for them, because they're from the future, but they're being projected back on top of Cassiel. But people think it's actually like a real person, but it's just a holograph. But wherever this orb is, you don't see the orb. Like, sorry, I'm rambling. One shot, like you're walking through a cave and you can see the light at the end of the cave, but the character, Mysterious Stranger's hanging upside down in the hole, and they're kind of doing the Death Stranding thing where it's like, shh. But what I had was this, and then this. So it was like hear, see, no evil type thing. But because they were upside down, they were actually attached to the orb, but the orb was outside of the hole, so it looked like the person was just floating upside down. And then they run out of the hole and the person's gone. But Cassiel's like hanging up in the sky watching them. But they were the duality where they weren't good, they weren't bad. They were the Kalia cat. That's what they were, the cat. I have morphed that character into the cat, and I thought that was way better. Partially because of Stray. I had written the cat kind of into my series because I absolutely love Stray. But then I realized the fan and how many people like cats, and I'm like, well, I definitely, makes sense to have a cat, because then people can kind of latch onto it. If they see it in the trailer, it might attract people. And then the other thing was Blender Flow. That animation was also a cat, so I'm like, oh wow, more importance to have a cat character, right? Yeah, that's the stuff I'm into. So I was trying to like encode. I'm trying to do a lot of encoding into my series, of the things that I learned in my experience of that stuff, or my own perceptions or my own beliefs in that type of stuff. Yeah, Stray was sick. It could have been something really cool too, and it was really good. But there's just, I was just like, oh, that's it. Oh man, I thought we were only like 25% through the game. But yeah, that was an inspiration. Kind of write a cat character in there. And then I don't want to ramble, but I think the cat's a good ad. But yeah, the Blender thing, and but the cat's only in it for one episode, really. Other than kind of cameos throughout with Kalia. Kalia being this. This is her form. Like my Adam and Eve are Kalia and Kalian. And this is them back 10,000 years ago before they were banished. But her and this guy get banished for their sins against the planet, essentially. Because they arrive and they just go ham, destroying it, making whatever they want. So the planet banishes them for that. And then it's not until humans arrive, crash through the atmosphere, releases them. Kalia takes over that. Kalian takes over robots, because he's all about like power and technology and stuff back in the day. So he's attracted to the machines that the humans have. Where is he? There's a shot where it's like a white droid walking through the hall. But I think he's going to assume one of those. Damn. Oh, just touch this right here. that's just a droid, but then this one is actually Callian. Callian is walking around, and he's following behind. Like, this is Ethan's base, and he's like 2 chapters behind where our heroes are. He's trying to catch up to our heroes. Excuse me, I gotta take this here. Telemarketer. But yeah, Stray super cool. Is this too much? Because I have a little kind of backpack. I had a backpack for him, but I was like, nah, that's probably a little bit too much Stray. He's not quite there. He's very close. I want a metal frame down his back, so it's like an exosuit, and that's kind of what's keeping his limbs moving, because he's like 100 years old, 1,000-year-old. Family heirloom. Where's the backpack stuff? Weird. Thought there was some backpack stuff that I did. Yeah, it didn't save. Weird. Anyways, it seems like we're kind of similar likeness of content, entertainment. Let's keep going through this. Oh, that's thunder. That's somebody upstairs. Oh yeah, this thing's pretty cool. Callian creates this thing, and it's what's destroying the planet. But then Sentinel, this guy here, is Kalia's robot, and as they get banished to the atmosphere, Kalia has like a freeze frame moment with the robot. It's like, please, you need to destroy everything we've created. You need to undo what we've did so that the planet can heal. And then he goes and just wrecks everything that Callian made, and then he's just raging, just screaming. I think there's gonna be a part where his like mask actually breaks, and then he becomes like a bit human because of it. But his battery cell, he's like immortal until Kalia disappears, and then he has like a battery and only so much life. And just before he dies, he goes to the cliff where he goes into hibernation mode until our heroes show up. And yeah, that's Cassiel, which is also from this period. Brings the baby from the past to the future. There's so much going to my story, I worry that it's too deep. I'm not going to be able to explain it all or connect it all together, but they have purpose, they have meaning. These are Callian's droids. Like a handful of them survived that the Sentinel wasn't able to destroy. The military ends up releasing them by accident. But yeah, by stepping on a panel, like a temple panel, and it like activates their battery cells. They're in slumber mode until that happens. Guardians of these temples and stuff. That's the military taking out Ethan's home, which then David has to go survive by itself. Yeah, we're way past this, so I'm just gonna some posters, marketing.
When the
we probably should generate one of her. She's the girl that the robot saved in my 60-second, but she should be technically hooked up to a robot. She's like a scarecrow on a robot. Probably another morbid thing, and yeah, her yeah, maybe I should talk to somebody. She goes down fighting hard. Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider was kind of a bit of an inspiration. I'm not sure if you're still here, Zoo. But yeah, Tomb Raider was a huge inspiration. Not that I want these women to be going through that, but she's a strong girl. And I kind of want to emulate that in my characters. Yeah, it's the double droid. I don't know if we're going to be able to animate that. This might help. Yeah, that's thunder. I should have fixed those before I run them through things. That can be the moon now, but I don't like the ship in the background. We already have one generated of those. Those are the double droids, so we'll try that. It's a cool shot. I don't know if I'm gonna have enough credits. No. Yeah, he has a trauma. That's why you see the zombies, because he's kind of like having flashbacks of the people that have died in his care. Yeah, that's the scene where the beetle. But that thing in the back needs to be in this shot, and he needs to be Jackulus. But can't really do that. Yeah, we don't need it for trailers, so we're not going to worry about it, but down the road we'll need to replicate that somehow. Let's regenerate this one, because its face is all messed up. It's him walking home, but he should be holding the baby. Yeah, I gotta do more stuff. Yeah, some of these are really good. We just gotta fix their faces. I regenerate that one. Man, we got a lot to regenerate. Cartoony looking. I don't know if it's gonna work. don't like the forward walking shot. We see the backs, we already see the faces. Sun. Actually, that's moon. Sun and moon. There's two of them. They have a sun and a moon type of fur. So we need more alien world. These ones would be cooler. That plus the other one would be better. Because we have the old ones and then we have the future ones, but the future ones would look doper. Potentially. Those shots kind of already work. That shot's great already. None have been successful, but could try. Whew, that's a lot of pictures. Oh no. I got purchase in my window. Trying to get away from the storm. Oh shit. Put that on my desktop. Yeah, we're gonna use that one. It's too scary. Too scary for couplers in it. Okay, where are we at with the up-resin? Let's go take a look. Oh no, beer me.
once thought you were just a patchwork stray. Metal, fur, code when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did.
Don't know if we should be generating clips at the moment. See if we can use Photoshop to fix these. I doubt it. Close. That's fun. Why is it not? Huh? Oh, her face was already messed up like that. I didn't realize that. So what we want to do is we want to no. classes, and then we can move on with our life. What were we doing? This one might be tricky. It's just motion blur. It's not terrible. Did what I asked. Oh my god, AI is gonna take my job. It's gonna take my job. No. Sorry. Steve's on stream. Let's fix this actually. Oh, he's also got monkey ears. Let's just do. Oh, he's got big neck. He's got a turtleneck. But he doesn't have the claws for it. Actually. is this one? I'm pretty good today. That's terrible. Oh. This is terrible. Why did I land on that? Sorry, I'm thinking out loud. Man, they're just not quite angled properly, and we need them to be not in that. Unfortunately, I'm about to do it. We just can't have them like grouped together, and I don't feel like changing those guys up. And it was white before. I just needed him not to look so derpy. There, that works. she's just powder face. And then why did I just like, I'm so derpy. Come on, we're wasting too much time. What am I doing with my lice? This is weird, like. But it's there. Get rid of those. What do you call them? I think we just have to keep generating, right? Eventually, hopefully, it figures it out. Man, we're not in here yet. like that. Actually, let's close tab it. What am I doing? There we go. Oh, one more thing. Oops. This is where we might want to. Okay. Yeah, at least it looks a lot better. Still some derps going on, but let's see what. It's not that one too. I wonder how much that one is. Hopefully 2,500 at least. Get twice as much. I generated probably like 30 things in that. Anyways, fast iterative. 86. Nice. Nice. That one's kind of cool. We can push in a little bit, but what the fuck? It's like we definitely gotta mask that out somehow. We'll have to push in so it's above, yeah. 86. So that cost us 1,000. See, that's reasonable, but they're all still pretty derp. It's 14. Yeah, so 86. Oh no. We said 86. 85, 984, something, right? Anyways, let's try one more. But it is up to quality. Okay, one more turbo. Since we took a picture. Come there. Topaz going. Somebody said the baby's face doesn't look right, but I thought it looked fine. Why does it want to keep putting it in there? Clickety, clickety, clackety. That's the problem with me on my folders. And I'm still putting it in the wrong folder, but let's just keep them in here and then we'll move them over. Again with the monkey baby. Oh, this is better. At least it's like a cradle. Derp face. Derp face. That one's usable except for anime girl up at the top there. Damn, close. 85. Yeah, they're only using like 200 for this, right? Yeah, we're only using 200 there. So let's go ham on this stuff. Not ham, but till we get a generation that we like, we're close. Usable, maybe. She's got a floating head. Never mind. Maybe. Yeah, I could use that one. Or this one. Those are much better. I'll do one more of those. Okay. Let's see where we're at. Sorry. Yeah, crushing it. Okay. Okay, it's going to be between this one. Oh, we can edit too. Interesting. This one. Nice. Look, I even fixed your face. Nice. That's got like the Leonardo type upscale. Might be better than the Topaz. What'll that cost me? It doesn't look like it cost me anything. Well, that's pretty good. Can't upscale those ones. Interesting. Yeah, that's sick. Came up pretty freaking good, man. That's sick. That's good news. Cause what else are we doing? Sorry, I'm derping hard here. Might have to crack a third energy drink. Kind of derpy. Maybe we'll upscale the lightning one and see what happens. This one. I didn't see it rain. Didn't even see it rain. Maybe I'll do it one at a time. That's when it's going to eat into our processing. Yeah, we'll wait. Oh, they're totally like an anime. Two animes. What if we turn like a crap one? Floating head. Busted arm. We did this one, right? Yeah, we did that one. Busted face. This one's pretty good. Let's try this one. Okay. And then we are plugging in a new picture. This one. 8829. Yep. Annoying. Preload it with another one, right? Yeah, nice. William Brian Cranston, because we're hoping to do better ones of those. Don't feeling that one. These ones we're using, I'm curious what they'll look like. We're about to regenerate that one, so we won't bother. This one we're definitely using. Don't break the system. Oh, she cooking. She cooking. She cooking. What am I doing? I'm streaming. I'm doing Premiere. I'm doing Photoshop. My computer's like, stop. Shit. I totally forgot. I'm just so used to it being a beast machine. I'll take it. I will take it. edit this one before we do any more with it. So it looks like there's a person, yeah, in the background. Shit. So this could be a Ethan and David moment, maybe. Oh, my drive. I was like, is that my computer? Huh? Yeah, there's too many graves. Actually, that one was fine. Definitely digging the generative fill brush lately. just stamp that. It'd be kind of cool to have a couple hanging, see if it blows in the wind. Not bad. Try a couple more. Definitely looks cleaner. Maybe get rid of that thing still. Someone jumping out. These are jumping out. That's jumping out. Guess we'll take the one. Hopefully just shift. Get both of these at the same time. Seal this over here. That should be fine. Maybe we'll remove this one. Let's remove this one. Oops.
My landlord passed away around 3 years ago. I'm living rent.
All this plastic crap. Burn it. Like, I don't understand where we're at. How did we get here? Oh, there's a banner up there. Nice. So maybe one up here. Oops. After that, I think we're good. Come on, give me one. Give me one.
And then this up and down is the actual jaw, and then left and right is the open of the lips. So with those together, you can get like, like talking like this, and then some. Just it gives you some variance when kind of communicating. And then this up and down is the actual jaw, and then left and right is the open of the lips. So, oh, here it comes! He's gonna say it.
Come on, give me my banner. One more. No, we will just copy that one. But paint this bottom on it. Silly, silly, silly. Clone stamping it. That's what I was thinking was going to be the problem before. Oh shit, I did paint on top of it. Idiot. Pretty good. Okay. Oops, how do I see if I can darken it? Or no. There. That's probably better there, actually. Or do we move this one up here? Oh, it's got a lot of crap on it. Never mind. Yeah, let's turn that one off. No. No. Didn't I tell you to do another round of generations? Oh, we were waiting until I got this image. Let's see what that does. Okay, looks like all those are done. Okay, so that one didn't go. Oh, we haven't done him yet. I haven't done that one. Those. Working on that one. That one was in here, right? Okay. Sucks everything moves. Oh, I'm fading. This one's gonna look any better. We should bring it into After Effects of that green. Oh, crap. Oops. Damn. Just guess we'll end it there. See what happens. Good. Pretty good. Alright, easy. Watch time's going up. Nice. Oh boy. That one already. This one. Oh yeah, that came out way better. Well, not way better. It's still got the wonky motion, actually. This one looks pretty good. Other than, yeah, same area. But it looks better at the start. A little wonky. There we go. Nice. Beautiful. It's gonna look sick. Yeah, we'll do them all in this version first. And like it's looking pretty tight, like I don't imagine 83. Okay, I'm gonna go get some food. worry about me. Looks like there's a little dude there. Maybe you can act as a lens flare. There, we can use a lens flare. Maybe upscaling will fix it. Man, that's tight. Look at how crazy that is. Oh, and this is the... So, I don't know. It seems like it used about the same. That one's garbage. Last little bit. They're about the same. This one, because of the smoke. Okay, moving on. Sorry, you caught me eating dinner here, so apologies for eating on stream. I know it's not the most professional. So I'm gonna just flip over to my other cam unless you want to chat or jam about anything. But I appreciate you coming by, whoever's here. It's gonna be a hard eat. Dalian. We're going to be using this one likely. What happened? I was like, one more time? What happened? It's funny. Oh, I didn't have a camera on. Just the motion's weird. Like, oh. This guy here, me. This would be me. Okay, where we at? 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 Oh, it's you, Turtle. I'm assuming you're back. Yeah, the AI is definitely pretty good, and this isn't the best renderer either. This one, $125 a month, American. But I'm getting like the maximum, and I'm getting access to VO3, which these are not VO3 generations. These are VO2 generations. But you get 90 seconds of computing power, which whatever that really means. But this is, I got it today. I got it resetted today. And then today I've spent 8,000 or 7,000, I guess, of used a little bit more there. So it's definitely not cheap, but it's producing some pretty cool stuff. Like I said, this is also the lowest. I'm using the lowest one, the turbo here, but then there's like a higher version, then there's VO2, and then there's two different VO3 versions. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, that's the thing. If you want quality, you gotta pay for it, unfortunately. Yeah, I kind of looked at that one, but I didn't spend a lot of time. I don't have a lot of time right now, but I'm gonna open it up and just quickly explore it. So it's mostly just images, right? That's what I was wondering. Because yeah, I think last time I was on here. Oh, that's cool. Definitely gives you some different, like that. That's neat. More images. Okay. Oh, it's got seeds. Seeds are cool. I like those. So that way, if you add a seed number, hopefully nobody would have that same type of generation. You can have a signature seed kind of thing. Yeah, it's cool, dude. Yeah, you should keep at it. But I gotta get back at her. So this isn't good enough for what we're trying to do for now. We may up it later on. Let's see what this one does. Double dolly. Double zoom in. Or dolly zoom in. Yes, I want that. Dolly zoom out, actually. Yes, that one. It's on the turbo. Let's see what happens. Should have to get a water. What do we have generated so far? Not all of these are new, but I'm up-resing the older ones that I've created so that they're 4K and 60 frames per second. So hopefully that brings them a little bit more realism. But sometimes we get some weird artifacting, like the rain isn't going to work in that shot. But we can add that in post, hopefully. Oh, that's not the one. That's not the one. Oh no. I might have deleted the wrong one. Oh, I wanted to show you this. Remember our beaver talk? I don't know what I was generating. Oh no, this is somebody else. This was like on the homepage of like generated things. I'm like, oh no, the beavers are taking over. They got jetpacks now. They're gonna be in space soon. Oh, this was a VO3 AI clip. Like, that's not a real person at all. I know that's real, but it's looking pretty tight. That one's got some wonkiness to it, but that's a VO3. VO3s. What am I looking for? That's what I was looking for. I was looking. Oh, that's gonna be sick. Look at that. The bottom left. Let's stay focused. What was I looking for? What was I looking for? I was looking for. Oh, Ethan baby. Ethan baby. Ethan baby. Ethan baby. Come on, where are you? I did delete the one. That was close. Oh, look at how that is sick. It's a bummer he's not moving. Oh, I had a feeling it was gonna do that. That's sick. Bottom left, I think. This one here. It's hard to tell, but I think this one has more parallax, like it's pulling more. That's what I like about it. Yeah, definitely. I think I got like a year right that anybody will be able to do this on the free model. But for now, might as well try to get ahead and be a known person or create something. I really hope I can win. August 14th, I'll know if I won the last one or part of the top 25 honorable mentions. This one is 100K, and I really, really hope I win this one. But it's definitely obviously a big ask, right? There's going to be a lot of people competing, so. But at least it's motivating me, pushing me to create new content. It's costing me like probably $300-400 I don't have right now between the couple months kind of thing using it or rebuying another 90,000 credits. But anyways, can ramble, complain, but it's pretty tight, and I'm fortunate enough to be able to throw it on the credit card, business expense it. It's gonna be the future. If you're not using it, it's gonna be left behind. That's why it's a good thing you're probably dabbling in whatever you can. At least get the prompting down right if you're really good at a prompter. You're like, yeah, I used a bunch of images. Mine are just images, but you can see how I prompt my stuff and can make stuff. Be creative with it. That's how you set yourself apart from the other ones. I'm a unique prompter. I'm a creative prompter. I'm not a copy and paster. You can be a copy and paster if you want, but if you can get and learn how to be a prompter and generate crazy stuff, then I think that gives you an edge. What I want to try to be doing is like Blender, right? Do Blender, set up my scene the way that I actually want it, and then say, hey, AI, texture it or make it real. Right now it's like, hey, make a guy standing in an alien forest in a Wi-Fi virtual reality. Can't remember the prompt, but it would have been something like that. Damn, I still sick a lot. Okay, moving on. We we got places to be and things to do. Okay, that one goes in the upriser. Does have like a little squishy wonkiness to it, but this is like the basic. Like, look at that. That's so sick. That's the basic render. I should have actually ran this in LTX or VO3. So they're two different ones. So here. Ugh. I don't know why we need projects like. So you're gonna be doing a little bit of multitasking here. See if we can play some catch up. If this is going on in the background, then at least that's a win. We still have a bunch of these to do. We want to regenerate these two. Might not use that one. We've regenerated that one way better. Like, this is what I was using before. Like, his face is a little wonky, cartoony. Like, there's this little, like, dotted stuff. I went into Photoshop, cleaned up the image a little bit, and then added a banner or two. Give it a second loading. Yes, it's gonna have the squishy wonkiness, but I like the camera motion of it. Oh, there's flappies up there moving. But I feel like that's way better. There's some trade-offs, like we're getting the squishy wonkiness, but the motion's way better. Looks a little more realer. Okay. So delete this. That's been upraised. It looks like it. Scramble, 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 scrambles. We need those. Okay, it was. I think I just. Okay, there. It's moved over. That goes in here. Okay, don't know if we're gonna make any of those. We made these two. Don't know if we're gonna make that. Didn't we do this one? Oh, maybe not. I think I was confused, and then yeah, I messed up the import, because that's why it's doing this thing again. Scrambles. Oh, come on. Why is it not doing it now? That menu screen with the 4K 60 frames per second screen. Oh, I need a haircut too. There we go. Export. It's in there already. Feel like that one's in there already too. Yep. See how it's all wonky, but cut around it and you can make it work. I push in so you don't really see the soldiers, you just see the top of their heads or the antennas. It makes it look like they're running away, hopefully. Whatever you do to get the shot, you just need 3 seconds, 2 to 3 seconds.
Meow.
Kepler, yeah, it's all got like a little wonk to it. Just a little bit of wonk to it. Pretty sure we have that one as well. I don't know if I've seen Evelyn. There she is.
Meow. That's the last clip. Getting close. No, we already have Evelyn. We can't have any more girls. We're building Keplers at it. We don't want to do that. It's going to be hard to animate. We're doing Keplers at it. You're hard to animate. I don't like the forward walking shot. Ethan. Or this would be David.
have that other shot now. We don't have enough time to show everything. I'm still going to keep that one here because we may still use that one. Let's generate this one next because I don't like the front walking shot as much. Kepler. Come on. Come on. Where are you? Those are done. Let's do that one. I think there was one more we did. Guess that was it. Ugh. Why is it doing that now? I don't like that. Oh. That's why. That's definitely not what I wrote. Yeah, make sure you're generating properly because you're wasting credits whenever that happens. Oh, and I switched the model, didn't I? Yes. So I better have gotten this one right. 1 minute, I'm gonna jam a couple bites of food here. I don't know if you're still here, Turtle, but we still got a long ways before AI takes over. The backwards soldiers. I mean, that one's not walking backwards, but they're wearing backpacks and just walking. Really tricky. Military squad walking through an ancient forest away from the camera. Oh, crap. I did the more expensive one too. Okay, more food. Try to jam more food in my face. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I was eating. Actually, one more thing. Yeah, I'm tired, pretty tired. I can't give up yet because we only have 2 days and 4 hours. So this is a little off, but there we go. At least it's in somewhat of a ballpark of what I'm looking for. Reversed. Let's step it up one. 81.3. 81.376. 81.376. I don't have a lot of time, but I probably should have like cut it out better. Probably should have actually painted the thing myself versus just generating filling it. But the goal is just thick atmosphere, plant it inside, gate, obviously some kind of entrance to get in there. But hopefully you can see how quick it is to just quickly manipulate stuff so you can get the what you want. Oops. Let's see, we're going to use this one. That was the model above that one, eh? That's what it did. I mean, it's close. 81.3. So it's only 200. So try another one. I've spent a lot of time trying to get this one, so just a couple more generations wouldn't hurt. I'm gonna revisit this tonight when I'm in bed. I'm gonna probably call her at 9 or 10. Oh, if I get up at 5, I have to start working. We gotta take the time that we can. Definitely gonna be Sloppy McGee on the stream for a bit. Actually, what we could be doing is making sure we have all our shots we need up-resed. Yeah, there we go. Those are looking better. Well, it's not really moving, but I like the ship itself. Looks better.
let's upres this one. This one has motion to it, but doesn't make sense. Cascading, then it fills in. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. No, we're not doing any VO stuff yet. We gotta lock in the stuff that we want to be VO2 and what have you. Okay, what other shots do we need now, Brez? We didn't do. Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, we still need to do graphics too. Gotta generate Kepler. I don't know if these are pressed. Oh, it's part of the trailer. Never mind. No, never mind. Go find them. Not never mind. Go find them. That's how you beat procrastination and laziness, is you create your ego. Goes and does that. It's like, no, just gotta get her done. You gotta listen to that one more. Holy moly, I am falling apart. Sorry, folks. But I gotta keep pushing. What am I looking for? I can't remember. Oh, new shots. My ear. My ear. We're never gonna use this one. They look like they're up-res, but we need them anyways for... Well, we'll just make sure that they're up-resed. These are going to be a part of that. We up-res that one, but did we up-res the ball? There's Cassiel. We got two. That one's the one we don't want. Wonky. I don't know, maybe the 60 frame was too much.
Meow. Meow.
Cassia. I keep saying the ball. It's Cassia. Oh. Once there, then we'll have to press. Come on, where are you? In this one.
Through death, life finds its shape. We live our lives and all changes. It happens in silence.
Doesn't like the what am I trying to say? The choir in here.
Happens in silences. In the way someone stayed. By loss. But you had a heart. You were there when I fell apart. When I ran, when I lied. You cared for us, even when I couldn't. You weren't made to live this long, but somehow you did. And in your small, fearless way, you taught me how to, too. Through death, life finds its shape again. We live our lives thinking we'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. It happens in silences, in the way someone stays, or in the quiet when they're suddenly gone. Hate twists us, fear blinds us, but love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. But love echoes. Kepler never fought wars. He never hated. He never wanted to destroy anything. He was just there, a guardian in the background, making sure we, his family, were safe. If the world forgets what it means to love one another unconditionally, then let this be the memory that survives. Goodbye, old friend. You won't be forgotten.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate that. I think it's gonna be epic. Obviously, I still have a lot of work, right? These are just placeholder images. But yeah, that narration is pretty sharp. And the music. What about the music? I got a comment that the is like too much with the narration, but I don't know. It's pretty banger. Yeah, super cool. Appreciate it. Yeah, it seems like the people have come by have kind of said, yeah, love this, wow, 100%. And I'm just like, I can see it, but I'm just picking at it too much. But yeah, wait till you get all these like new clips in here. It's gonna be freaking amazing. Like, not that we're using all of them, but the quality is gonna be upped on them. We got some new ones coming in. We won't use that, but from here on we'll use. yeah, just generally going to be better, or potentially this one. Yeah. And then we got all these generated clips going on. It's gonna be tight. Gonna be tight. I don't know if I said it before, but my goal is to try to make people cry. Got to be an emotional edit. So if I can hit that, pluck that chord in people, then hopefully storytelling, be good at storytelling, and that's a requirement, not a requirement for the competition, but hopefully put me as a winner, or at least an honorable mention. Okay, talking about myself too much. What else do we need? What else do we need that we can do? Or do we just start dropping stuff in now that we have everything kind of collected? Oh, I wanted to run those through VO3 or this. I wonder if I can just. Yeah, I don't know. I think I might keep the music. I understand where they're coming from when they made that comment. But I can't find anything better. And it definitely makes me teary because I see every character and their story and connected, and but that's me, so I need to make it happen for other people. And yeah, the thing is, like, people are like, oh, AI doesn't have human attached to it, it's gonna take our jobs, and it's like, no, I'm clearly struggling to make it do what I want. But it's capable of, hopefully, capturing emotions or stories, giving people like myself the opportunity. I've said it many times in front of you, but people like me, the opportunity to tell stories that are worth being told or watched. Stories that should be heard is what GPT said it at one point. That the story is so expansive and so big and so epic that it deserves to be heard. And I was just like, yeah, I don't want that to be ego, but that's how I feel. And I have like a duty to make it happen. But it's silly, right? It's just a story. I don't have a duty. But if I've encoded the things that I've wanted in this thing, it could actually maybe change lives. Who knows? Silly. Hopefully for the good. Like, I don't like Star Wars, right? Like people have met people and communities, and maybe this could provide something like that, a new platform for people to gather around, or just the messaging in it, like the sacrifice, love, hate, some religious tie-ins, all that kind of stuff, our reflection of our planet, what we're doing to it, technology, AI. It's got it all in there. But anyways, I feel like I've already told you all this stuff. Just trying to fill the gaps. That should be all those. Let's put this away. Already did. It's already generated. All these are the ones I don't know about. We don't need this one anymore.
say I was gonna do one of these. But I don't know if we're gonna use it. Futuristic farmer. Shirts on turbo. We're gonna crane up on this one. See what happens. Keep doing that. Ugh. Want a clean slate. Trying to take a screenshot. There we go. Well, robot doesn't drive by, but this one works. We can take it after Buddy gets up. Oh, there we go. Let him drive by now. There's a person attached to one. This is how that's how we till in the future. We stand in this bot and we just walk and then it tills for us. I mean, like, he needs like a little controller, or maybe not. I don't know. It wouldn't make sense for them to step in it. Unless it's like an all-terrain vehicle. But the dirt throwing's pretty good. It doesn't make sense, but the the quality of it's pretty tight. Like, we could take it afterwards, like... Oh, we do have to have the flower growing out of the ground. Yes, this is going to be tight for this one. I spelled futuristic wrong. Double space. A worker droid. Try that. My fan is definitely going for these things, but I'm definitely doing a lot at one time, so... Oh, we need that one. I feel like that's already 4K, but... Sorry. Audio's probably pretty loud. Well, it's not a worker droid, but... Pretty good, Mario. Pretty good. Huh? Power shot. The Game of Thrones shot, we call that. Or I call that anyways. Like I know what the shots are called.
You're not for the streets, Priscilla. Oh no. No. Don't go.
You're not for the streets, Priscilla.
You're not for the streets, Priscilla.
It's an expensive cat. That's why it's not for the streets. Oh yeah, that's much better. Pretty epic. I think we'll use this one. They're all pretty good. Oh, pretty good. You're all still here. Do, do, do. Another round of uprises. Let's try this one. Because we need more of the boy in the landscape. I'm gonna gamble. No, we said no gambling. No gambles. Just top two. Realistic shot of a young boy looking at a digital holographic wall, blocking his path. He contemplates if he should walk through it or Oh, I spent so much time trying to get that shot. And we got like just a little sliver of it from Sora, and bam! Well, actually, I used this as a reference image, so. Stacks on AI. Mid-journey to create an image. I run that through Julia or Sora or Kling. In this case, I took an image from the last frame, whatever was generated from those, and then fed that into LTX/VO. And there's some prompting along the way, and sometimes Photoshop along the way. But damn, that looks good. Looks good. We're doing good. Just gotta keep going. Can't quit. I'm so tired. I just want to go to bed and browse a couple things that I've been wanting to browse and go to bed. Time is money. $100,000. I can't sleep now. I'm gonna win this, right? I'm gonna win this unless I sleep. If I'm sleeping, browsing the internet, I'm gonna win. I need to squeeze every second, every minute, every hour, every minute, every second. Oh, I'm so excited to see what it's gonna look like. All these new clips. And I can't do another energy drink. It's already the second one, so that was the last of the bit. Hopefully, give me some fuel for another hour or two. Minimum an hour, but I need to go for 2 or 3. Oh, come on. This is looking good. First generation. Let's take it down a notch. See what happens. Sometimes this one's better. That one, because of how it animates. And his backpack's like, danger, Will Robertson, danger. I don't know if you ever saw Lost in Space on Netflix. I apologize for yawning, but I came off of like 36, actually no, it would have been 48 hours, the one. Close to 48, 2 days. 40 hours, sorry, not 48, 40 hours. No sleeping. No, didn't quite do her. It's still looking cartoony as well. But I'm pretty content with this one. Pretty good. I thought it was going to be like too cartoony, but that makes me think I might be able to do some other ones that I thought would be cartoony. Like that, I feel like would be cartoony, right? Definitely curious how those would go. We need to redo those. Let's delete this. And this. Put this in this. So at least we can put it as a placeholder in our edits. And then if we want a creature, then we can generate it better if we want. Less alien-like. Or beetle-like. To redo these. So we're gonna delete them. Don't need this. show Ethan second place. Um, work. Blah, 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 blah. Squeaky breath. That's not good. Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Holy moly. That's nuts. And that's like the weakest, the lowest renderer. Yeah, this might be too rated R. I don't know if you should be seeing this. I'm just kidding. Oh, the mouth opening. The eyes. Look at the lens flare off the eyes. That is nuts. And love the blue, because his eyes go blue, so he doesn't know. Oh, yeah. Man, this is sick. Holy Hannah. Wow. Sorry, I'm super giddy. That is crazy cool. The only problem is... No, we're fine. It's got a little weird leg motion, but... Because, yeah, see, this one, it turns into a person. So that's why I was like, wait a second, is that a person, or is it... But it's kind of like my mimic, right? Maybe he has the ability... They all have abilities to take control of people. Kind of like what's happening here. He's getting tethered. I control you now. Man, that's terrifying. This is Kepler's edit, right? It's supposed to be emotional. Oh. No, don't do this to me. This is why Ethan has trauma. He took a few people with him to go scouting, and then they started shooting at this thing, and then it backfired. So it's supposed to have blue eyes until they shoot at it. Because we always think these giant monsters are terrifying or bad, right? But it had no intentions to kill these guys. It was just curious. Oh, the drool. Man, that's nuts. Yeah, I'm gonna be sharing this one in the feed, I think. Oops. Oh no, that was you.
Welcome to the Spyglass Sessions. I'm Liam, Spy Girl, Special Agent, and not really authorized in the least to tell you any of this today.
And I'm Winston, super hacker and emotional support.
That's funny. Is he emotional support penguin?
And emotional support bird.
God, Saviour of Antarctica.
Try not to brag before breakfast.
Spyglass Sessions. The explosions are real, and the commentaries unauthorized.
Mostly because Kamar didn't want my version of events on record.
Let's rewind to the moment I found Winston, deep inside Vault 7, frozen, forgotten.
But still, visually striking. I love that look. Can we pause that?
I was like, what the what?
Zoom in on the confusion.
Oh man. This guy's just like, come on, bring me some. You want some of this? It's funny. Oh. So I've spent 21,000 today. Yeah, we gotta stop. Or no, not 21,000. 11,000. 11,000, that's not bad. Yeah, we just need guns in their hands, guns firing, and it is gonna be shared. Come on, you want some of this? Bring it. I love that. Yeah, like this is like, hey, hi guys, what are you doing? I'm Sam. My name's Sam. What's your name? But yeah, the blue. I needed to start with blue. Actually, I should have written that into the prompt. This guy's got a gun. Didn't quite work. This will work for Kepler's edit. We just needed the blue eyes, which we can change in After Effects. So we'll wait for these generations to finish, but this one will work. Because we zoom past. Jeez, this is insane, man. I'd never be able to make this in Blender. Oh, it's too bad that wasn't a person. It's too bad it's mouth and then it does it. This one's pretty close too. Upscale both these. And we'll take this in After Effects, turn its eyes blue. Oh, gonna be higher. Come on, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Hurry up, 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 up. Oh, I guess I could have been doing some of these silly. Where did we leave off? This one. Returning exterior. Circular. 3. Adios. Shoulder shot. be so freaking cool if I can get her done. Oh. I am fading. This is where AI would be nice. Like, hey, AI, I dropped all these things in this folder. Or if this had a watch folder system, maybe it does. I should look at that. And then anything I download automatically converts it. This is a pain in the butt. And David. These would probably look a lot better if I were to redo those, even in the basic modeler. We already did this one. Adiosa. Nice knowing you, but see ya. Oh, so freaking epic. Okay, go in the After Effects, turn it to blue, and I want to share that clip. Maybe some music. Maybe some air. Maybe some lights. Gee, I should take a pill. Use this water. We're gonna leak. Okay. I don't know which one to do, but I think we're gonna do the one with the fast forward because oh. Yeah, I don't know if you're still here, Turtle, but I also have these edits too. So instead of or no, did we already go through this? Yeah, I think we already went through this, right? Emotional versus epic. Yeah, I think you were here for that. Sorry. See, scrambled eggs. I'm pretty tired. Let me know if you didn't see the epic versions, but or maybe that was Zoo. Anyways, I have a couple epic versions, but with 2 days left, I don't know. They're about in the same spot right now to get done, the same amount of work. Anyways, but it'll cost me more money because I gotta buy more music tracks and. Okay. Oh, this has gotta be sweet. What in the crap? I've never seen that before. Let's buy me some more space. Yeah, I'm gonna throw in some music. Because I need to cut it. So we're gonna listen to, what are we gonna listen to? We're gonna listen to some glitchy, techno-y stuff. I was gonna listen to BT earlier. That might put me to sleep. What I'm gonna listen to. What's on your YouTubes? Oh yeah, another thing that you might be interested in if you're here, Turtle. Plant wave. It's like a device that hooks up to plants and it creates music.
Legit, yes, it is. This is the device here, and connection between these two for plants to play within.
So it records like what the plant's electric energy or graph signals, and then it feeds.
You can hear that it's
harmonizer type thing.
Very slow.
Creates music.
Are becoming a part of this signal. So I'm joining the plant in that music.
Because your heat or whatever makes it fire up.
This sound set, or this collection...
Blah, 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 blah. But it was super cool. But I was like, plant wave. Let's listen to plant wave. But it's not a thing yet. It's gonna be a thing. This one's good. Let's start off with this one. Okay. Might be quiet for a little bit, so apologies. But you're gonna see a transformation happen. That's fine. It's okay if I don't have it all, I don't think. Ooh, that was close. Oops. There we go. There's the energy I needed. It's in the foreground. Same with this one, but I might need an encore. I love that song. Oops. Four after. Can we cheat it with Vranos? No. I feel like I've done this before. How did I do it before? This might work. Good old roto. Roto on roto stacks. Stacks on stacks. Why does it still have red in it? Oh, sorry, I screamed. Didn't need to do that. There we go. Just gotta use the old noggin. I don't think this one's gonna work. Not gonna even bother. Sorry. We're close, but I don't think I'm gonna bother trying to change it. It's just too much work. Try not to be lazy, but Yeah, we're just gonna leave it. That shot's good as it is. Don't need to ruin it. Okay, where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? Weird. Ah, it's too hot. Hot. It's hot. Why is it hot? Shouldn't be hot. It's probably because it looks like a... That's hilarious. Too hot, too hot. It's too hot. Probably should change that. Got a coffee. Yeah. Shouldn't always do credits on that. I needed to draw a box there. I needed to do some Photoshop on this one. I should have done these. He's got like the Ghostbuster thing going on. Okay. Why is it hot? That is so weird. Screw it. Like, why is it hot? I'm wasting credits. Why? I don't want to be associated. The commercial was not the greatest. That's weird. That looks like the guy that's living upstairs. Too hot, too hot. It's too hot. Okay, we're wasting time. Where are we at? 44 clips. "44 clips. "44 clips." So that's 41. So we're at a good spot to start dropping stuff in now. Sorry. Oh, what time is it? 8:50. Oh, I did say I was gonna get a rough cutout. Send that to her. Oh, I'm gonna have to put at least another hour in. Drop all these clips in the timeline. Roughly edit them in. So tomorrow, first thing we can do, refine. Put all the legwork's done, placing everything in the timeline. The odd generated clip tomorrow. Oh, we gotta do a voiceover. Oh, yeah, Turtle. Are you still here? If you are, what do you think about my voice? If somebody's here instead of the AI voice. Zoo suggested that earlier, and it's more work, but I think it's gonna probably land better. But if the AI voice is like, man, it sounds human, then I'm not gonna touch it. Oh yeah, we've been streaming for 10.5 hours. Hour and a half? Can we push a 12-hour stream? Or does it make sense to? Because it may be copyrighted with some of the stuff I was playing earlier. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh yeah, my eyes are burning. Hour and a half. Can we do it? Yes, we can. Actually, let's upload them to my YouTube and then we'll flip them over. That way, hopefully get a couple more subscribers in the process. These should be shorts, actually, too. All the crap on my YouTube. Kepler still got 0 views. What? Yeah, I need a little break. I'm gonna go for a little walk. together too. Actually, we'll just put them unlisted and then share them. Same with Kepler. Kepler's going to be unlisted. We'll share Kepler and the robots. Actually, what else can we share? Is there anything else? That is so weird. That looks like the guy upstairs. Oh, so epic. Actually, no. We're just going to share one. Probably the, not the zoom in. Not the one we're actually using. Oh, I didn't realize he was walking backwards. Shit. Actually, let's share this one. Because that's what those are the people that get messed up. Upres it. Yeah, this one. We'll share that one. No, I'm just gonna share the one clip. Not share a bunch. Okie dokie. Where are we at? Where are we at? We got all this stuff imported. I said I was going to update my timeline before I went to bed. I'm getting distracted on my other computer. Sharing links. Okay, where are we at? 9:08. I'm going to take a 5 to 10 minute break, and then we're going to crush until 10. And that'll put us at close to a 12-hour stream. Let's push for 12 hours today. Okay. What am I doing? I forget what I'm doing there. Okay. Oh, that's what that is. BRB in back at 9:15, 9:20 for another hour or two of work. Apologies, maybe a few peeps might just join. I shared a link to my stream, but I definitely need a break. BRB, everybody. good. Actually, put half of it, I guess.
smells like garbage in here. Oh, and I got that shit there too. Smells like toothpaste. Essential oils. Supposed to bring relaxation. Relax. This was gonna turn on the light. Stupid orange light. Okie dokie. Oh yeah, that lovely orange light. Okay, what are we gonna take us to 10:30? We need an hour track. Holy moly. $20. 32 minutes. I feel like Chemical Brothers, but not really feeling that, man.
Alter. Odyssey. Yeah, it's more of a day thing. Yeah, sorry for the heavy breathing. I didn't notice it. I'm only recognizing it when I'm on stream for some reason. I remember that being a thing last time. HVOB. Glass beams is good too. Chemical Brothers, hour and a half. Chemical Brothers it is. Oh, actually, we may have to listen to this instead. But for now, we'll just update clips. Oh, I might have been a little late. Apologies. Just occasionally. Sorry, I'm listening to. I feel like there should be more than that. $40. 41. What am I trying to do?
But we never do. Know the moment it all changes. But we never do. We'll know the moment it all changes. But we never do. We'll know the moment it all changes. We never do. It happened. In silence, just in the way some stays. It all changes.
Okay, back to Chemical Brothers. That was a distraction and a half. Didn't need that one. Oops. Need to get a better setup. Probably lazy boy in it tomorrow. Sorry, OCD. Here we go. Sound effects. Additional sound effects. Voiceover. Oh yeah, this should be good. This should be good. This should be good. Sorry, just the music. Get me going. Okay, now I bring this over. Read this. Oh, then a commercial. Just as it's about to drop. Oh, I almost kicked the power. Don't want to be doing that. Oh no! This computer's so slow. Holy Hannah, come on. Commercials are killing me. Sick. My hand smells dirty. Holy, these commercials are brutal. Killing me, taking me out of the zone. Even if it is 5 seconds. Oh, almost hit it. That's crazy. 1 frame off. Man, it's tripping me out. It sounds like computers are making noise. Fucking fire. Okay, it's definitely not me. off my water. Oh no, it's right here. Nice. Holy. Oh, I forgot about this part. This one's the greatest. Hour left. all these commercials.